Spilly. Shout out to Lord Mark Moon Spilly. Brother gave me these incense last year. I'm playing too much. I'm gonna burn my fucking fingerprints off. Fucking around. But yeah, Brother Mark Moon Spilly. Shout out to you, brother. You gave me these shits last year when we went to see him. And I just started using them when I came back to Rhode Island. Every time I go live now, I light at least one up. You know what I'm saying? What up, Vazen? You the first one here, as always. Sean Walker, number 2. I was wondering which one of you was going to be first, because it's always one of y'all. Like, shout out to both of y'all. Shout out to you. So, today, I could probably just play it and just... Nah, fuck it. Right? So, I was dreaming, you know, in the astral, doing what I do, having certain conversations after seeing... You know, let me just rephrase this. Let me just start over, right? So, yesterday... I started catching up on Chris Sideris' video. Shout out to him. Love that brother. Big, beautiful, bald Greek man. And I was watching one of his videos, and he talked, you know, he talks a lot about similar things. Like he talked about, you know, why is everybody so delusional, which he's talked about before. He's, you know, bringing up religions and things along these lines. And with that, on top of the fact that today, Illicit Mind and Marcus are going live together, talking about the psychiatry shit. I swear to God, whenever Illicit's going live, or whenever I know, especially if I know they're going live together, I wake up that day with extra fucking energy and just shit on the fucking mind. So when I came to this morning, or I should, yeah, technically this morning, because I've been up for hours and hours, but when I came to, I was thinking to myself about what I was going through in the astral, which had everything to do with people being delusional, had everything to do with all the people being astonished when they die, expect their religious outcomes and don't get their religious outcomes. Or when they see all these outcomes and they're like, damn, I thought my religion was the only religion that was correct. And it was like, actually, there was a certain aspect of it within your religion, but all these religions got those same aspects in them in some form or fashion. Like, you're all right and you're all wrong simultaneously in mostly the same exact ways, but they argue till they're blue in the face about which one's right? So they're all being delusional. They're all being religious in some form or fashion, whether they know it or not, calling each other delusional while being delusional. We all do this shit to an extent, right? So I was thinking about that based on the conversations and the shit that was going on in the astral, having to like save some people from their own fucking minds. It was hilarious. It really wasn't funny, but it's funny here right now. As I think about it, it was funny. And then I saw a video today on like legally getting out of federal income taxes, which I always say, if you just want to get out of those taxes and have some extra money in your paycheck, you should really do it. If you're trying to rebel in some non-violent, peaceful manner, don't do it. Just take the shit off and stop filing. You know, file your last year if you're going to get something back or whatever. Get whatever the fuck you can get back from them. And then stop filing from there. Like, simple shit, basic, down-to-earth shit, easy as fuck shit. Like, I'm not telling you to go kill a god in an astral realm somewhere. Nigga, stop paying a tax. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I saw this video, I was watching it on the Jimmy Dore show, who's like a leftist, progressive, socialist type. And they was talking about the legal ways out of federal income taxes. And I had sent the video to Marcus and in a group chat we're in. Lord Mark Moon Spilly, all hail his name. A group chat that I'm in with him, Illicit Mind, and Cosmics. And I sent him that video. And he watched the video and he sent me back a message talking about how he was talking to his aunt about this, right? So that's where we'll pick that up off of. I'm going to go into what we talked about real quick, because it was mostly him saying that and then me responding to him for like 10 minutes. And then me talking to Chris, because I responded to Chris's video. Like, you know, I liked that video. I'll show y'all which video it was so you guys can go watch it for yourself and look at my comment and whatnot. And then, you know, come to your own conclusions, think whatever the fuck you want to think about reality. But so first we'll get into this and then we'll get into that. We're not going to be here long today, maybe an hour and a half tops, you know, something like that. But let's just go right into this, right? Oh, well, first off, let's start here. Vazen, everything is being delusional now. How wonderful. Round earth or flat earth. Simulation this, soul trap that. God this, devil that. Eternal existence this, void after death that. Wonderful. Vazen, I love you. I really fucking do. You're right Watch how, bro, that comment, I don't even need to make the rest of the video. I can just shut it off right now. Watch. You're gonna see. But let's just get into this, right? Let me flip this camera real quick. So this was the conversation. I took pictures and sent it here so I can actually, do it. But this is me talking, with Mark. Um, I forgot what we were talking about before that, but I told him to make a video on it. I always say that shit. Make a video, nigga. Make a live on it. Like, go live, nigga. I said, I think I'm gonna make a live because I was thinking about it. Right. That's the video I sent him. Stop paying income tax. 100% legal plan to stop paying income taxes with Payman Matahadede. However, Matahede. There we go. Matahede. Watch that video. Watch that video. See that form right there? Remember I was talking to y'all with hypnosis, my boy Adam, like a week ago, where he told you that he filled out the form and he stopped paying the taxes. And remember how I've been saying this the whole time since my first live stream, because I've been saying it for like 15 fucking years since I left the military and started studying certain things and realized where taxes go and all this other shit. So like folks complain about this reality and a whole bunch of shit within the reality, but can't even fill out a simple form to stop paying for most of it at a human level. Like, but they gonna go fight gods. Get the fuck out of here. You niggas can't stop paying taxes. Anyway, so I sent him that video. He watched that video. And I sent him my comment under the video where I said, not only are basically 100% of Americans not required to pay federal income taxes, even if they were, they still shouldn't. If they want to peacefully rebel, they should still do it purely out of nonviolent defiance. People always want to talk about nonviolent solutions. Well, this is the greatest one anyone will ever give you. People always, oh, you want to kill everything. You want to destroy all of existence. You want to destroy humanity. You want to bring back the void. Okay, fine. This is why I always say there's lists and levels to this shit, right? You're not for the void, right? What level are you willing to go? Are you willing to stop paying a tax? Do you go and say, like, motherfuckers can't do solution number one at the very bottom of the fucking list, but want to talk about you talking about the very top solution to all things everywhere, as if you're crazy when you have an entire list of solutions that goes from right here all the way to the void. Well, all they do is complain all day, every day, but provide zero solutions and won't even take the simple, easy to do, non-violent solutions right here, right now. Really let that sink in. You know what I'm saying? Like when people go, oh, I don't want to kill everybody. Okay, can you stop paying a tax, my nigga? Can you do any solution at all? Now again, thinking and speaking are solutions to a level as well. You got to spread the ideas, the thought processes, the consciousness, etc. But can you carry out? Can you actually physically engage in any level of any solutions, please? Like fuck, like. But anyway, so people always want to talk about nonviolent solutions. Well, this is the greatest one anyone will ever give you, right? And I said, I've been saying this for so damn long now, just a little over or under 15 years now. And there was folks saying it before I was ever even born. They've been saying this since federal income tax has been a thing, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, people act like this is new information or some conspiracy theory or something crazy. I'm like, all right. And then Mark said this back. He said, laugh my ass off. I was just talking about this exact thing yesterday with my aunt. And you know the response I got. That's the quickest way for you to end up in jail. People are too afraid to even take the lowest of risk, even when you tell them they aren't getting shit for their taxes, except a hard way to go. And politicians lining their pockets with it to do fuckery of all sorts. But we gotta pay because jail. Motherfuckers are scared. That's the same thing as saying we gotta pay because fear. So I'm just gonna be a slave. You know what I'm saying? Vazen, if you shall pay taxes, understand where these bitches be going to, and then understand if you shall continue doing that or stop altogether. Exactly, facts. You want it, Vazen, you want it. Right, so after he said that, I gave him a couple of responses, so let's see what those are. And then we'll move on to what I said to Chris, which I think is the most interesting part of this, but I did want to get this out here too. Vazen, let me know if the shit sounds fucked up at all. If it sounds too scratchy or something, I can lower it down or I can move the phones apart. Just let me know if it sounds decent. If it sounds bad, let me know. You know? I don't know what political leaning your aunt may have. My guess would be Democrat just by being Black American Christians. You know, like, if I was you, I would send her that video. Because y'all just had this conversation, I think you said yesterday, right? Yeah. Send her that video. that's a Democratic-leaning channel. You know, so they're progressives, they're Democrats, lefties, and they are talking about legal shit. Like she says, it's the fastest way to end up in jail. No, there's legal ways to avoid that. I don't think you should take those routes if you want to rebel peacefully, because a rebellion should come with the risk of punishment, or else it's not a real rebellion. If you're only doing things that have no risk attached to them, you're not really rebelling at all. Like, so I would say people should rebel illegally. That's what rebellion is. Like, if you're just following the laws, following the rules, you're not really rebelling. You're just kind of using the loopholes everyone else is. But if she wants to legally get out of it, there she has it. There's entire documentaries on that. Like, she can go to an accountant and be like, how do I legally get all the, like, this is how, oh my God, people, I hate humans. This is how enslaved they are. They're such slaves, they can't even think of legal possibilities to get out of such things. Let alone actually be defiant, actually be rebels, like, and actually, like, rebel against something with the risk of punishment. It's fucking pathetic. Yeah, I'm about to go live for like an hour to an hour and a half before my host returns from the daily plantation routine, and warm everybody up for you guys later. I swear, whenever Illicit's gonna go live, especially if like you're on there too, Marcus, like when one of y'all's gonna go live or both y'all's gonna go live together or something, I swear to God, I wake up with more energy that day. It's harder for me to sleep. I can't go back to sleep. All I do is wake up thinking about video ideas. Like I fucking I went to sleep and ended up in different conversations talking about people, you know, getting to the other side and all the plans people have, what they think they're gonna do once they get there, etc. And then going around with other motherfuckers, saving motherfuckers because they came to their religious conclusions and simply stuck with them and never prepared for any other possibilities. Like, so they're all shocked and appalled and astonished by what happens after they die. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, that's still part of my own religion where, you know, I could just be dreaming for all I fucking know, and maybe after we die, nothing happens. We're all voided. Which, again, if we were voided before and then came into existence, even though we didn't exist before, there's no reason we can't come back into existence. But anyway, I woke up with this shit on the brain, and it made me think of a video I watched from Chris yesterday, which I believe I shared in here as well, where people in their delusions and whatnot. And and that's what the whole discussion was about in the astral. The whole thing was about people's delusions, how delusional they are, how they always believe one thing is the definitive objective truth, even though most of those things are objectively proven incorrect. Like, their one belief is already proven wrong, but they hold on to it for dear life. This is what it is to be religious. And people hold on to these religious delusions, swearing that their religious delusions are the only ones that aren't religious delusions. Like, and everyone else is religious and delusional. You know? If you know, the voidists are delusional, but being present is not. Being present is delusional, but being a voidist is not. Laughing at both of them and saying, well, I'm just going to go be an astral god in my perfect astral realm somewhere is not delusional, but the voidists and the present people are. Okay, the Christians are delusional, but the Jews are. The Jews are delusional, but the Muslims aren't. Everyone thinks the simulation theorists aren't delusional, but the soul trappers are. The soul trappers aren't delusional, but the simulation theorists. Everyone's delusional except for them. You guys are like, that's how everyone always, all beliefs other than mine are delusional. All religions other than my own are delusional. What the fuck? Bro, you're all equally religious. I don't mind any of y'all's religions realistically. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know me. You know, like, I don't mind any of these people's religions. I'll take every single one of their religions, show how it is a almost perfect metaphorical equivalent for all the other religions, and show that it still has the same problems with the same solutions. Doesn't matter which religion it is. The only reason people are constantly coming up with these religions to begin with is just to give themselves a fucking excuse to be pussy-ass slaves to something that they consider beyond themselves. I don't care if you're a simulation theorist, a soul trapper, a Christian, a New Ager, a loose trapper, an astral, etc., etc., etc. I don't care if you're saying we are all one, like broken God, Brahmin, trapped in the game. If we are all, we're all trapped in Maya. We are one entity, broken into many fractals, etc., etc., etc. It's all the same shit. We are one code, the simulation itself. And we are acting as agents, conscious agents of that code within the simulation. We're just NPCs and avatars. And the real players come into the game and play while we live in the game as like characters in GTA 19 or whatever the fuck, right? Like, but it's still saying the same shit. There's some godlike beings beyond our reality that created this reality and either placed us in this reality to act as NPCs or created us as NPCs within the reality. And then we have to abide by the rules or blah, 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 blah. No different than the Christians saying their God said, let there be light, created this world, created Adam and Eve within it. They broke his rules. He punished them. A whole world was born. He's even deleted the world and restarted it. Like, it's no fucking different than a soul trap, a simulation, Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, Demiurge. It's all the same fucking story being told in a different way. It's all equally religious. All of it. Especially since it's all equally disproven. Simulation theory, bullshit, bro. Like, and it's like 300 paradoxes it cannot answer. Like, and you can say that about almost every individual theory that there is. Period. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so everyone is being delusional. Everyone's being religious. And the entire reason that they're doing it is because they want any excuse to say there's nothing they can do about anything where they are right now. Most of them want to say there's nothing they can do about anything at all. But there is a small percentage that will say, well, there's nothing we can do about anything here. We have to wait until we get there, wherever there may be. Another part of the simulation, another part of the matrix, another astral realm, outside of this one particular realm, back to base reality, outside the matrix. When we take the headset off, when we climb out of the vat of goo in base reality, like wherever there is, their own personal astral realm or their own personal void bubble that they can then make around themselves and block everything out for eternity and nothing can ever mess with them again in their perfect slumbering state of perfection. Like whatever there is. Even for the people who say there is something we can do, 99% of them say there's something we can do somewhere else after we die. They can't prove that for shit, not even to themselves. They can't even provide any real evidence of their particular version of it to themselves. Even if they could provide themselves with evidence of near-death experiences and all sorts of other things, science and whatever, of there being an afterlife, not a single being on this planet can prove their version of it is what's true, right? But they live as if their version of it is true, while ignoring all other possibilities in order to maintain their pussy-ass slavery right here, right now, and give themselves an excuse to do so. That's with all these delusions. I don't care if you're a soul trapper, an astral trapper, a Christian, a New Ager, a simulation theorist. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. Like, they all think the same shit, speak the same shit, and behave the same way for the same exact reason. Because they just want to go along and get along and continue being good little slaves and not face any extra consequences or repercussions that they would not automatically face just by existing. Nobody wants to rebel or be defiant in any form or fashion at all. They only want to do that which comes with no possible consequences or repercussions, so they invent delusional realities from here to after death that they swear to God are 100% true, even though they're mostly 100% provably false, and in many cases, more likely to be false than they are to be true if they're not already proven false, in order to give themselves the excuse to continue being good little slaves and do absolutely nothing right here, right now. And that's the fucking truth of it. Right? So I'm about to hop on, go on for like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours tops, and warm the people up for y'all. So, peep it. All right. So that's the end of that conversation with Marcus. We will go into the one where I'm talking to Chris next. He hasn't responded to me yet. I don't know if he will, or maybe we'll look at that later, but I'll show you the video and everything. You can watch it for yourselves, etc. Right? Let's check these chats right quick. I love you too. I love you too, Metazusta. Pay taxes or stop altogether and vanish and erasure. Paying for less of these iniquitous acts that which benefits the IRS and elite while continuing to damage you each time. Talking about the taxes. John's journey. How do you know that the void is possible, bro? What do you mean possible? The void is simply that which contains all things. So all things that exist require somewhere to exist. Everything is everywhere. There has to be an everywhere for there to be an everything. There has to be an anywhere for there to be an anything. There has to be somewhere for there to be a something. The void is simply that somewhere. Like it's not a possibility, that's just a fact. Like you can't point to anything that exists that does not take up where it exists. Therefore, there must be a where for it to exist in order for it to exist in the first place. You get what I'm saying? Like, this table in front of me, I and it cannot share physically the same space. We are all part of the same bubble. This is all one thing, no matter what you think, even if you just bring it down to this level of reality, right? Call it a creation, an astral realm, call it a simulation, call it whatever anybody wants to call this particular level of reality. It's all made of the same shit. And it's all interchanging energy. It's all vibrating at certain frequencies. This is why we can't just walk through walls, even though atoms are 99.9999999% empty because there's an electromagnetic field that stops you from doing such a thing, right? Because singular objects, structures, require space to exist within. There must be somewhere for something to be. So me and this table, which are two different somethings within the same something, cannot take up the same space within that same something. So in this reality, me and this table cannot take up the same space. Me and the chair that I'm sitting on can't take up the same space. That's why I sit on the chair and don't just fall through it. We don't just phase through things, because we would be taking up the same space. Even if you were to phase through like a door, like the Flash. If you were to stop your phasing process mid-door, you and the door would become one thing, and that only can have two outcomes. Either you perfectly fuse, which means you're dead because you're now part of a door, or one of you is going to be destroyed. Either the door is going to be dispersed from the place that it's in, or you are. Because only one object, one structure can take up that space. So when it comes to anything and everything that exists anywhere and everywhere, there must be a somewhere for any of it, let alone all of it, to exist. That is what we call the void. You can call it whatever you want. The great empty, whatever you want to call it. Whatever everything that exists is within. That is the void. When you empty that space out of everything that is within it, you now have an empty void. What we're in right now is called the full void. It's a void with creation. There's things, stuff exists. So obviously it's not just emptiness, right? We're all here right now having this conversation, right? But if everything was to cease right now, that would be an empty void. The void is not a thing. It's simply where all is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need, in order to fill a space, there must be emptiness there. If a glass is empty, you can then pour some juice into it. But if there's already juice in the glass, all you're going to do is overflow the glass, right? You get what I'm saying? So in order to put something in that space must be empty. So in order for things to exist somewhere, there must be a space for them to exist within. A space. I'm not talking about space-time within this particular universe. That is the space within this particular level of reality. But it's the same at all levels of reality because all that exists requires space to exist. And there's no way to even hypothesize anything otherwise. Even pure energy, and I mean pure essence of creation itself, pure essence of existence. If it exists, it is somewhere. that somewhere that contains all that is what we would call the void. Call it whatever you want. That's just the terminology being used. So it's not like a possibility or impossibility. It's a guarantee. It's literally a guarantee. And there's no two ways to argue around it. Like, no one can even really try because there's no way to do so. You could never argue for something existing without anywhere to exist. Make that make real sense. Like, let's see. This candle exists without anywhere to exist. That doesn't make any sense, bro. It's right here. It's right here in existence. I can interact with it as a conscious thing that exists. Right? Right? So like, and that's just on this level of reality. You could take that to any and all levels of reality. It's all of reality. That's existence. All that exists or all that is real is existence, is reality. And if all that you could point to that exists requires a space to exist within, then existence requires a space to exist within. And that space must be empty prior to it filling that space. Again, this door is not empty space, right? Technically it is. If you talk about science and it's 99%, 99999% fucking empty, all that good quantum atom shit, whatever the fuck you want to say, right? But on a physical level, because I vibrate on the same frequency as the door, we exist on the same level of reality. Therefore, we cannot share the same space within reality. So I cannot just walk through the fucking door. I would have to open it first, right? This is how simple shit is. And people overcomplicate things because, religion. They want to believe a certain thing instead of just, nigga, you already know this to be true. You just don't realize that you know this to be true. But you do. You already know this to be true. You're in the void right now. We all are. We always are. We always have been. All is always and could never not be in the void. Like, you are the fullness that's taking up the emptiness. You're the liquid in the empty glass. Like, it's not that hard to understand. All right, Metazusta Corsastriel. Well, that is up to you to subjectively decide such a concept. Not really. It's up to them to decide what they want to call it. But it being what it is simply what it is. What you call it's what you call it, But again, once upon a time, we did not exist until ultimately being the void itself, along with everything else. And now we exist and then shall cease to exist back to the void once again. In one way or another, in some shape or form. Like, however people want to look at that, whatever layer or level they want to bring that to. John's Journey. You sound most religious than most people to me. Your theory about the void is true and anyone else is false. What theory? I don't know if you're responding to me with that or if you're talking to Vazen with that. But what theory? Like, no one has presented a theory. I've never presented a theory of the void. Not once. Have you ever heard that come out of my mouth? Nor a theory that follows it. Right? If anyone could present that to me, I'd love to see it, People like to argue, but they're not even really arguing with what I'm saying. Your theory about the void. What theory about the void, John? What theory of the void do I have? Please inform me, because I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what this theory is. Metazusta, if you say so, but nonetheless, did you miss the part where I said that is up to you to subjectively decide? Even then, if you are going to have a different subjective theory, so be it. John's Journey, I don't care much about stories and theories that have no practicality and proof. Yeah, me neither. Not in a literal sense. And that's most of them. So by void, you don't mean returning back to non-existence? Whoever said that, what do you mean returning back to non-existence? I mean, I don't know if you're talking to me or him at this point. But I'm reading it, so I'm answering it. Technically, no. So, first and foremost, if you want to take it from the standpoint of what he just said up there with the comment, we didn't exist, then we exist because things didn't exist, then things exist, and then things cease to exist. Sure. But that's not a theory. That's not a theory of the void. Like, The theory, the most theoretical part of, if you're talking to me, of what I would have to say is when we get up to how do you actually bring that about? Because the void was never empty to begin with. It always had chaos. There was always potential. There was always actualization. Things were always coming in and out of existence as far as from the moment actualization began. Now, we could make the argument that actualization is eternal, but that'd be a hard argument to make. So we would have to argue that the easiest argument to make, and the only one that makes logical and philosophical sense, is that actualization began when the first thing actualized. Because if things are actualizing, there had to be a first thing to actualize, which is when actualization began. So prior to that, even though the void was not empty because it still had potential in it, it just wasn't being actualized. That's as close to being nothing as you could really get, being potential that is not being actualized. If you want to get to real nothing, you'd have to get rid of the potential itself, which this reality has never known. Reality existence has never known, because if it did, we would not exist. If there was literally nothing here from the beginning, there could literally be nothing but nothing. Yet here we are as something within something, right? So something exists, which means there was always potential for something to exist, even if it wasn't always actualizing, even if it isn't always actualized, right? So I'm not saying go back to that empty void. We've never had that empty void. The theoretical part is, can we ever create that? Can we uncreate what is created to bring that about? To get to the empty void? And if the answer is yes, how? If the answer is no, see, we're not religious over here. We don't just say, this is what we want, so this is what it is. No, we say, what are all possible solutions to all possible problems on all possible levels of reality, including all of reality, including metaphysics, meaning that which is prior to and the cause of reality. We even go into the chaos, the actualization of potentials and possibilities themselves, and we go as far as the empty void, which has never been, but could it be? But could it be? Do you get what I'm saying? That's when you start getting into theory. You start asking questions that have not been solved and may not be capable of being solved. So you have to come to the conclusion that, well, if I can't solve that, or like if it's solvable and I just can't do it, or none of us can do it, or nobody ever will be able to do it, or if it's just literally unsolvable, it's impossible to do, you can never bring it to the state of the empty void, well, then what's next? What is the next level down from that? And you hit chaos. Well, even before chaos, you hit potential. Getting rid of the actualization process and just having the potential and possibility, but sitting there without being actualized, which is basically nothing, right? Well, what if you can't do that? Then chaos. Well, what if you can't do that? Then, all the way down to right where we are right now. Well, what if there's nothing you can do about anything? Then do absolutely nothing at all. See, that's the difference between religious people and people actually seeking solutions. We look at all possible problems on all possible levels of reality and try to come to all possible solutions for all of them. And we stack them from the lowest tier to the highest tier, depending on however you want to look at reality, dimensionality, etc. And we say whoever is willing and able to engage in any of those, whoever is willing and able to learn, teach, preach, promote, and / or carry out and support others carrying out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality, including all of reality and beyond reality, here's the list. That's not what religious people do. They say this one thing is true. This is what it is, period. Even though most of the time it's already proven false, and even if it's not proven false, most of the evidence is stacked against it. And even if it's complete pseudoscience, so you can't really stack evidence against it or for it, you can't say whether it's true or false. It's unfalsifiable, which means it's also unprovable. They still claim that one thing, the thing they believe is true. What this reality is, according to them, that one thing, that's true. What's in control of it, that's true. What will happen, what happened before you were born, during your life, and what happens after your death, that one thing they personally believe is true. That's what religious people do. Do I have my own religion? Of course. I believe certain things happen before my death. I believe certain things before my birth. I believe certain things about this reality, and I believe certain things about what's going to happen after death. But I know that's my religion. Those are all beliefs. I can't prove any of that to anybody. And even that which I would claim I have proven to myself is not actually proof. It's completely and entirely internal and subjective to my own experience. It's not 1 + 1 = 2, which is definitive, which I can prove to anyone outside of myself. It's some shit that I can only prove to me, which means it could be utter bullshit or it could be true. But I don't know. I can't prove it. So I'm not going to tell it to somebody else as if it's 100% legitimate and that they should believe it. I'm going to say, look at all of these. All right, what problems do they all present? What are the similarities in all of them? How do they all align in their different ways? All right, what solutions can we come to for all of these? Which ones are most probable to least probable? Which ones are least impossible, meaning this is impossible, but I'm not fully sure about that. Or it's impossible now, but could be possible later. Possibility can change based on circumstances. Versus what is legitimately 100% definitively and objectively impossible. And you go from the top of the list from most probable to from most probable to most impossible, right? All the solutions to all the problems. And to the best of your ability, learn, teach, preach, promote, and carry out whatever you're willing and able to do, and support others doing the same, especially if they're willing and able to do more than you as an individual. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, this isn't that hard to understand. This is why I laugh at religious people. Because they pick their one religion with their one ruler, creator, God, whatever, even if it's them or whoever or whatever the fuck it is, right? Their one possibility that happened before is happening now and will happen in the end. And they run with that and they try to enforce that on others. And anyone thinking anything else, no, you're wrong, automatically, because my religion is correct. That is how people are. That is how individuated, conscious, material beings are. Because most of them are afraid of death. They're afraid of authority. They don't like certain things, but they don't want to change anything about those things because that can come with risks and consequences. So they come up with delusions, religious belief systems that allow themselves to be rewarded or benefited by believing in such a thing, so they can then ignore all the other shit, like, and just latch onto that one thing for dear life. Even if it's proven wrong 100 ways from Sunday. No, it's still true because I believe it. Okay. Like, that's not what we do over here. When we talk about the void, we're not talking about some heaven realm. We're not we're just talking about that which contains all that is. All that exists, all that is real. All of reality, all of existence. The space in which it exists as a whole thing. That's the void. Call it whatever you want. The empty. People like to call it pretty words like the abyss. Like, and even then, there's lesser voids, greater voids, it's lesser abysses, But when it comes to the overarching existence, the overarching reality, all that exists, all that is real, all, not just this level, not all. When it comes to all, everything, everywhere, that which it exists within, that empty space that it is taking up as something, that's the void. So there's no theory there. There's no, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you put an empty glass, and you pour water into it, you just filled that void. Do you get what I'm saying? Was it truly perfectly empty? Obviously not. There was gas, there was air, there was energy. Like, the glass isn't truly fucking empty. But when it comes to pouring liquid into it, which is what, the glass is empty, right? Get the point. The void was filled. It was empty, then it was filled. There was nothing in it. It was an empty space, which allowed for something to fill that space up and bring it fullness. People really got to study the Gnostic shit and understand the pleroma and understand what they talk about when they talk about the fullness. From the emptiness to the fullness and all, like, and why the empty and the full are in the same place. Like, all that is within the void. It's not something separate from all that is. And then there's levels of void. Like, in this level, in this universal, whatever people want to call this level of reality, at this level, get what I'm saying? At this level, space-time, as they call it, the medium background that the planets and the stars and all the things are within, that great dark ocean, that would be the void here. It's a lesser void. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's a lesser abyss. The emptiness that everything else is taking up and exists within or as part of. You know, if you want to take it as like the holographic principle, energy, it's all an energy field. The universe itself is flat. It's just a hologram, et cetera, et cetera. So you want to take it as code, a simulated reality, it's all code. You want to take it as all math, numbers, whatever the fuck people want. You know, like that background thing that it's all either made of or contained within. There's your void. Like it's like, you know, like, but when you were to, if you were to clear all that is from that space, that would be the void because it's the empty. There's nothing there. Now it could be filled up with something else. So you have the full void, the empty void, but that's just the void. Like it's there's no theory to it. It's not a religious belief. It's not like that is what all of fucking spirituality, religion, fucking metaphysics, mathematics, science, it all points in that direction. Like that's why if you go out all the way down into quantum mechanics, which is what the entire point of studying this shit is, trying to figure out why there's something instead of nothing. Why is there anything here? Why does any of this exist? Why do we exist? What is existence? Like, and this is quantum studies, and you get into quantum field theory, and you get into virtual particles and the quantum vacuum and all that shit, like, because they're trying to figure out exactly that. And when they bring it down to the quantum vacuum, where they basically say this thing is a thing that's not really a thing at all, yet it's the thing that everything else is made of and contained within, but it's not even really real, because they're scratching metaphysics now, because you're going to have to. There's no choice. You're going to have to. So when you go look into that quantum vacuum, it's the same shit that science is saying. Like, they have no choice but to say it. This is just philosophically and logically consistent when speaking of what we would call the void at any lesser level or at the ultimate level containing all that exists. Like, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. I mean, even you are a void. Like, you are made of atoms, which are 99.9999999999999 many nines percent empty. You're mostly just emptiness, according to science itself, according to math itself. According to the reality you exist within, everything is mostly just nothing. Everything is mostly just emptiness. According to everything that we have to study, like you couldn't provide anything else, even if you're a simulation theorist. Well, it's all just code then. None of it's really physical or real, or it's all just code. Like, no matter what theory people bring to the table, it always ends up being, it's all just this. Oh, it's an astral realm. It's all just thought. We're consciously co-creating it and maintaining it ourselves with our own thoughts, words, and actions instead of thinking, speaking, and acting in a way that would end it. It's all just consciousness. It's all just subconsciousness. It's all just thought. It's all just spells and magic and words. It's all just actions. Even if it's all just material. Well, what is that material? Well, according to materialists, it's made of atoms that are 99.9 some odd nine, many nines down the line percent empty. Spiritualists, it's all from the nothing to the something. Everything is the one thing. Yet it's really nothing at all, because nothing really exists. None of these individuated things are real. They're just structures within the one thing that is real. And that thing does mostly nothing as a whole. Like, whether you would talk potential and possibility and chaos and actualization and philosophy and all, like, it always comes back to the same shit. Everything is one thing, but that one thing is mostly nothing and mostly empty by all studies. Like, it is all void, like in one form or fashion. It's all the abyss. However people want to look at it, call it whatever you want. That's, you give us it. We're just connecting all these things together. That's not my theory. I'm taking all these things, connecting them to one thing and saying, look, it's right there in your face. Like, this is what they're all saying. Even when you give me your theory, I bet you yourself is saying this in some form or fashion, and I'd be able to translate it in that way. Whether it's a simulation, a soul trap, an astral realm, a loose trap, a consciousness trap, a base reality, a universe, a whatever the fuck. God made it, gods made it, demons made it, angels made it, archons made it, AI made it. The gray aliens made it, the reptilians made it, other humans made it. Like, we're in a matrix made by other humans, or we're just fake humans, just copies operating the simulation so they can plan things out in their world, blah blah blah, or go back into their history and see their ancestors in an ancestor simulation, whatever the fuck, like, like blah blah blah, same shit, same shit, same shit, like, in some form or fashion. And all that shit is still empty in some form or fashion. It's still all just code or software or consciousness or thought or material atoms or virtual particles or quantum vacuums, possibilities, potentials, things that aren't but are. Things that are basically nothing yet everything. Like, so when you talk about this theory of void, I don't know what you're talking about. When you talk about this religion of void, I don't know what you're talking about, fam. You got to be specific. Quote me saying something in particular, maybe I'll explain it better. But the only thing that I can say that I have any theory of void is it possible to actually reach the emptiness state? Meaning, ridding the void itself of chaos, ridding it of actualization, potential slash possibility. The actualization of potential slash possibility. Is that possible? I think it is. But again, what did I just say? I think it is. I hypothesize. I theorize. I believe. I can't prove that right here, right now, which I've never claimed because I'm not religious. Like, because, like, I don't do that. Period. That's just not what I do. I don't try to spread a religion. I try to give you as much truth as I could possibly give you. And when I'm speaking theory, I tell you this is objective. Here's why. Prove it wrong if you think it's not. This is subjective. These are my thoughts, beliefs. This is my theory. And I even say, this is my religion. Take it with a grain of salt, whatever level grain of salt you want to take it with. And then I will present it to you. Don't believe me? Go watch Anti-Cosmic Voidism Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5, and you'll see me doing it for 60 straight hours. Talking about the void. Like, so when you say this theory of void, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking specifically about the theory of ridding the void of chaos, I don't know how that could be religious. There's a reason why it's a theory and not a religion, because I can't prove it, and I'm not claiming that it is true. Like, and I never have, and I never will unless I can definitively and objectively, externally prove it someday. But I will talk about it, of course. This is the highest tier of questions existence has to offer. Why is there something rather than nothing? How? When? Where? What is it? You know, it's like, can it be undone? Could it be undone and redone? Etc., etc., etc. All these other human questions are tiny. Elites, governments, these are tiny. Easy fucking answers. People just don't like them because it will take away from comforts, conveniences, and, you know, things we like. We'd have to give up a bunch of shit to do that war, like, because that would be a war. And I'm just gonna give it to you, like, like. So there's not much point in arguing, debating, or theorizing that shit. That's all basic shit. You want to theorize some shit? Go higher, bro. Let's start talking about all of existence at a bare minimum. Like, motherfuckers can't even get to the top tiers of materiality, let alone conceptuality, non-conceptuality, and the top tiers of physicality. Most people don't even understand what physics is or what physical reality is. They think that something like, I don't know, fourth, fifth, sixth dimensional is non-physical. I go, that's laughable. It's dimensional. It's telling you it's physical. Like, these are measurable dimensions. Like, that which is truly metaphysical is immeasurable. It is beyond physics. It's literally can't be measured in any physical sense. That's why it's metaphysical, prior to physics, which is why when they try to study what caused physics using physics, and they end up with quantum mechanics and quantum physics, and they go all the way down to the quantum vacuum and realize they still have to go one step further because even the quantum vacuum can be measured through physics. Like it's still physical, it's still reality, it's still real, it still exists, it's still a part of existence. That which causes all that is physical can't be physical. Like that which causes physics cannot rely on physics. Physics relies on it. So they're going to have to go into metaphysics, which is where you get into the chaos. This is where you get into the actualization of potential slash possibility itself. This is where you get into manifestation and all that good shit. Whether you're talking on a conscious level, like people using that knowledge to do things, chaos, magic, etc., or whether you're talking about a completely unconscious tier prior to existence that leads to existence as a whole. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. That just is what that is. Like, that just is what that is. Um, uh, so we don't mean returning back to non-existence, and I think the way you think we mean it. Because technically that version of non-existence has never been. That version of non-existence would be even no potential existence. Even potentiality and possibility would not exist. That's never been. Like, and you can't go back to that which never has been. Now, if you talk about chaos, potential, possibility, actualization, prior to all that is, then yes, of course. If you want to talk about it on an even lower level as a human, so you can bring it down lower than that, conceptually, bring it down lower than that consciously, as consciousness itself, bring it lower than that as any individuated consciousness you've ever been or whatever. Bring it lower to that, to your current human life right here, right now. There was a time prior to your birth, correct? I was born July 1st, 1988. So on June, what's the last day of June? 29th, 30th, whatever the fuck. On the last day of June 1988, I, as Jonathan the human, did not exist, right? I may or may not have existed in some other form, spiritually, soulfully, consciously, etc., 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 whatever people want to believe. It's not the point. As a human, that is this being right here. Let me turn the camera on real quick, son. As this motherfucker right here, I did not exist yet. Do you get what I'm saying? So there was a time prior to your existence, at a bare minimum, in human form. And as again, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, etc., as a conscious entity, as a conceptual entity, as existence itself, etc., right? Prior to actualization, it's like going back to being a potential. As potential, you always were. And as long as there is potential, you always will be. Because you are a potential. If there is any potential for you, you always are as potential. Therefore, you are a potential existence. You don't literally exist in potentiality, but you could at any given moment, which means potentially you exist. That's what they call potential existence. People need to look up physical existence, which should really be called material existence, virtual existence, and then potential existence. Because virtual existence and material existence go hand in hand and are together under the umbrella of physical existence. Whereas potential existence is that which leads to both. No potential existence, no physical existence. If there's no possibility for something, that something never occurs. It never happens, it never exists. There has to be a possibility for it, right? So we're not returning back to the void in that sense. Like you could be, it depends on what level you believe in personally. If you want to take it to one particular level, or as I like to do, all possible levels. As a human, I didn't exist. At some point, I'll die and cease to exist as this human. But you could take that to a higher level, subconscious consciousness, souls, spirits, etc., and say the same exact words. going all the way back to this particular existence itself. The non-conceptual reality that the conceptual reality is based on, that the materiality, that the consciousness and the materiality are based on. You can say it at every level. It's the same shit. Like, you know, people who pick one are religious because they can't prove that shit. Period. Niggas can't definitively and objectively prove what is going to happen to them, let alone everyone, everywhere after they die, let alone what was happening with them and everyone everywhere prior to their birth. They can believe whatever they want, theorize whatever they want, hypothesize whatever they want, religiousize whatever they want, spiritualize whatever they want, astralize whatever they want, you know, and pick whichever belief they're going to run with based on their own personal experiences, et cetera, et cetera. But I would prefer to take all of them into account and then include my own subjectivity, my own personal experience as one of those. And look at all of it and come to all possible conclusions, right? So when we say returning back to non-existence, think of it on all of those levels. And when it comes to the empty void, that's not returning back. That's simply attempting to do something for the first time. You know what I'm saying? So when you say this theory, this religion of void, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you got to be more specific, man. Metazusta, then you may as well stop asking, how do you know if this is that is possible, or how can you prove so? Even after we just basically explained to you how such is such in the first place. I mean, I have 5 whole presentations on it. Anti-cosmic voidism part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's a preview, like prior to it, a prequel, if you will. Not to mention every live stream that I've talked about. Like we've gone further and further into this from the first live stream up till now. You know what I'm saying? People are so religious, they can't hear it as anything other than a religion. They think you must be delivering religion to them. And it's like, no, bro, I'm addressing all of your religions. Like, I'm not picking one of these motherfuckers. And even if I have one picked out in my mind, that's not what I'm presenting to you as truth, because that's what I've picked out in my mind. That's my religion. It's pointless of trying to argue religions. I can't stand when people sit around and try to argue belief systems. Like, you're both retarded. Neither of you can prove that. So how about you say you believe this, you believe this. There's no need to argue about it. You could tell him why you don't believe that, and he could tell you why he does believe that. You know what I'm saying? But you don't need to argue about it. They're both beliefs, my nigga. It's like a Christian and a fucking Muslim sitting down arguing about Christianity and Islam. It's fucking useless. You know, like, it's useless. What can you agree upon? What can you agree on? See, and people don't like that because that's the path to solutions. People love the path of argument because they could do that every day, every week, every month, every year, in person, on the internet, over the phone, whatever, however they interact with humans, in the astral, talking to other entities, you know, like, and just argue forever without ever having to come to any real conclusions, let alone solutions, let alone having to learn, teach, preach, promote, enact, carry out, or support anyone else carrying out any of those solutions. There's no responsibility when you're just arguing. You know, motherfuckers, I saw 2 motherfuckers in the comments section just earlier this morning arguing about who is truly responsible fully for the internet. Like, they both had the same conclusion overall. They agreed on like 98% of it, right? And the answer, the solution to the problems they were presenting based upon their personal, you know, belief on exactly how it occurred still led to the same solutions in the end. But instead of discussing that and coming to a useful conclusion, they sat there and argued paragraph after paragraph. I can't even remember the names because it just doesn't fucking matter. About like 2 different fucking individuals who are part of 2 different groups, both in America, apparently, who were working on separate things that ended up becoming the internet that was, you know, presented to the military and government and all this, and then eventually given to humanity and whatnot, right? And they were sitting there calling each other names, like all sorts of dumb shit over that little disagreement because they're so focused on arguing, they're missing the entire point of what they're both saying to each other. These people in some form or fashion gave us this for these purposes. Okay, next step. What does that mean? What problems come from that? Any? None? Okay, move forward. Oh, there are some? What are they? Okay. Are there other possible problems? They may not be, but they might be. Okay, what are those? All right. Now, are there any possible solutions to any of these problems, including the possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality, especially starting right here, right now, since that's where we're at having these problems? No? Okay, move on. Let's talk about something we can actually deal with instead of just sitting around complaining about something we can't. Oh, yes, there are solutions to that? Okay, what are those? All right. Which ones are the easiest to do to the hardest to do? All right. Which ones can you do easiest as an individual to hardest as an individual? Easiest as a small group, hardest as a small group. Family, whatever level size groups you're going to bring it to all of existence. Like starting at one individual being right here, right now as a human, all the way up to everything, everywhere, all at once, right? And then start learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, carrying out, and supporting anyone else carrying out any of those solutions. Do you get what I'm like? But instead, they sat there and argued about no, it was this person. No, it was that person. No, it was this person. No, it was that. Like, and it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Let's say it was that person. Okay, then what? Let's say it was that person. Okay, then what? Let's say it was both of them to one extent or another. Okay, then what? Holy shit, we end up with the same exact problems and the same exact solutions to those same exact problems. So it doesn't even matter which one of you are right. Do you get what I'm saying? And this is the problem with all these creation stories, all these theories, most of them are saying damn near the same exact thing, if not something extremely similar. Like, at a bare minimum, 50% of the solutions apply to like all of them. And in many cases, it's way more than that. The only reason you have to dig into the details at all is if and then. Well, if it's this, then that. But if it's this, then that. Instead of just arguing about which one it is when neither side can prove it, just say, okay, if and then. You can't prove what you're saying is 100% definitively, objectively true. Neither can this person over here. Okay, so if they're right, then what? Okay, and if you're right, then what? Let's say you're both right at different levels, then what? Let's say you're both wrong completely and entirely, then what? See, religious people don't think that way. They think, I'm right, period. Like, what I say happened before birth is happening now and will happen after death is correct, even if I'm objectively, provably wrong. Even if all the evidence can prove me wrong and I cannot objectively prove that external to anyone, it's just a belief I hold. I'm still right. Because that's how religious people behave. Intelligent people go, what if I'm wrong? Nigga, what if I'm wrong about everything? What if anything that I find subjectively true? Okay, then I guess I should really try to figure out what I find to be subjectively true versus objectively true. What do I believe in versus what can I prove externally? I know 1 + 1 = 2 externally because I could hold up one finger. That's one finger. All right, let me turn the camera on. Let me show y'all, right? That's one finger, right? That's one more finger, right? Together, that's 2 fingers, yeah? 1 + 1 = 2 fingers, correct? So it's 2 every single time. What up, Broham?
Yo, you saw my comment?
I didn't. I haven't even got. I'm probably so high up on the comments list. I have not seen it.
Yo, when you showed your face the first time, I was like, that's an ugly motherfucker.
Oh, you know you love it. So 1, 1, 2 every time, right? I can prove that externally. I can prove that objectively, right? Anything that you can't do that with is subjective. Anything you can't make philosophically and logically consistent sense with is subjective. That which is philosophically and logically, what's the word I'm looking for? I just said it. Consistent is philosophically and logically consistent. That which isn't simply isn't. That which is mathematically, scientifically, metaphysically, etc. Whatever you're using to gauge truth in the moment The more consistent it is, the more true it is. Falsehoods are inconsistent. Well, let me show you. I just heard somebody saying, no, they're not. Okay. Let's show you how easily it is to prove that falsehoods are inconsistent. One finger, right? One more finger. How many fingers is that? 1, 2. That's 2 fingers, right? That's not 3, right? So if I said 3, that would be inconsistent, right? I can only count 2, but I claim that it's 3. That is logically, philosophically, mathematically, physically, etc., 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 inconsistent. If I was being consistent, I would have said 2 because clearly I was only holding up 2 fingers, right? This is how you figure out truth versus belief. And this is how you're able to go into your own psyche and separate the two for yourself and understand, oh, this over here is my religion. That's the shit I believe in, but can't prove to anyone but myself and might not even be able to prove it to myself. That's my religion. Okay, and this over here is objectively provable. Okay. All right. And what intertwines between the two? Oh, that which is objectively measurable but not yet proven due to a lack of evidence. So you might believe something that has a certain amount of evidence but has not yet been proven true because there's not enough evidence or strong enough evidence to prove it true. There's not enough external or objective evidence at your disposal to externally prove this thing to be correct. So though your belief, it is a belief, you believe this is true, your belief itself is based on objective evidence. And as long as you're not religious, you are willing and able at any given moment to change that belief based upon new evidence coming in or gaining a newer and better understanding of the evidence you already have. And if you're not willing to do that, you're religious. Right? Right? Like, I need some water. I'm talking way more than I expected to. This always happens. I haven't even gotten to Chris yet. I haven't. Shout out to him. But we're talking about it right now anyway, so fuck it. Even okay, where we at? Okay, let's get off that comment. All right, Metazusta. Then you may as well stop asking how you know this and that. No, we already answered that, right? All right, John's Journey. Yes, but what you say now is not a solution. The solution is supposed to be stuff to disappear. How is this possible? How is it not? That's already happening. It's called entropy. Like, do you see? Like, that's not my theory. Look up entropy. Go look up the second law of thermodynamics. Go look up the heat death of the universe. Go look up the big freeze. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, when you understand what this shit is from all the perspectives instead of picking one fucking religion to live in, you know what I'm saying? Like, it becomes quite clear that all this shit is nothing anyway. This is all as close to nothing as something this is honestly, this is, I should say it this way. This right now, what we're in, is as close to something as nothing gets. While potential possibility itself is as close to nothing as something gets. But if anything can get close to nothing, and the only reason it's not nothing is because it's something, can it no longer be something? Can it in one way or another stop being something? Yeah. Absolutely. There's no reason to believe otherwise, just because I don't know how to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the fact that it is something means that it could cease. The fact that something exists means that it could cease existing. The fact that something is alive means that it could die. The fact that something is on fire means it could be put out. Like, you know, like, if something is, I guarantee you there's a duality to it. Because if something is, that means it is the opposite of isn't. Right? It has an opposite. Yeah? See, the moment you say something There is nothing. The moment you say something is, whatever comes after that, that means that it isn't whatever comes after that. You get it? It's hot outside, which means it's not cold outside. But that's all just temperature. That's one spectrum, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so something is, it could also not be one day. Like, and again, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, bring that right down here to a nice, easily understandable level. You did not exist as a human at some point. Now you do. You've existed for so many years as a human in the form you're currently in. You've had what they call birthdays, which is just the anniversary based upon this planet going around a star from the moment you were born. Right? So as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, there was a time you did not exist, and there is a time that you do exist. There's a time that this particular reality did not exist and a time that it does. The only thing that could possibly not fall into that category would be something first and foremost metaphysical. It's got to be beyond physics entirely. It's got to be beyond materiality. It's got to be beyond conceptuality and even non-conceptual reality. It's got to be beyond the pleroma. It's got to be beyond the creation, beyond the God, beyond the simulation, beyond the matrix, etc., etc., etc. Right? It's got to be truly metaphysical, beyond all physics, all kinds of physics, not just this level of physics, all physics, all structure. It's got to be beyond that. The only thing that that could possibly be is potential / possibility itself, because it's not actually a thing at all. It has no structure. It doesn't actually exist. It is simply the possibility for anything to exist. And maybe that potential is eternal. Maybe you could never rid the void of possibility. Maybe that's not a solution. But the only way you're going to know that is by going down that road. You could never tell me that because you don't think about these things. You don't discuss these things. I do. Like, do you understand? Like, you can't tell me that's not a solution because you could never prove that externally. It's just your belief. So, as long as it's a possible solution, you see how I say we look for all possible solutions to all possible problems on all possible levels of. Do you know what all impossible mean? I'm not religious, so I'm not picking one and just settling for it because that's what I want it to be, or because that's just what I believe for one reason or another. No, no, no. I'm gonna look at all of it. I'm gonna look at all of it. I'm going to look at all possible problems and try to come to all possible solutions to all of those possible problems on all possible levels of reality, including all of reality, including even that which is beyond reality. And if it turns out to be possible in the long run, cool. We've been headed towards those solutions this whole time anyway. If it turns out to be impossible, if the top tier solution of an empty void is an impossibility, which I cannot prove right now, and neither could you, John. Well, if that turns out to be an impossibility, then we move to the next level. If that turns out to be an impossibility, then we move to the next level. This is the most pragmatic approach to solutions to problems in all of reality. It's not a religious approach where we pick one problem and then claim it has no solutions so we could just bullshit our way into delusional thinking and make excuses for our bitchness. Because that's all people are doing, is making excuses for being slaves. So they pretend, they play make-believe, they form their religion and act as if their one belief is 100% definitively provably true when it's not. It's usually false already. And then they either come up with their one solution, which is die and go to my own realm, and then and it always comes after death. They can never do anything where they are, of course. Of course they can't. But of course, when they go somewhere, of course they will. And then they certainly will do it. Yeah, sure they will. Right? Or, even worse, there's nothing they can do about anything at all, anywhere, ever. And that's why they pick their religious bullshit. They're really just trying to pick something that gives them an excuse to be bitches. Whereas me, that's not my goal. My goal is not to be religious. It's not to be a slave forever. It's not to be a bitch. It's not to be a pussy. My goal is to come to all possible solutions for all possible problems on all possible levels of reality, including all of reality and even that which is beyond reality. So I do not do this in a religious manner. That's the difference. So when you say it's not a solution, you don't fucking know that. Prove it. You never could. Make your own live streams. You won't. Make your own videos about it. You won't. Make a fucking PowerPoint presentation on it. You won't. Give me 5 streams back to back to back presenting your evidence and facts and you won't, because you can't. Right? You can't prove that it's not a solution. But that's what you're going to focus on, so you have something to argue against instead of presenting your own solutions. Notice how you haven't presented a single solution here. Not one. And I bet you as I go through the rest of these, I won't find a single one. I bet even after saying this, if you're still here hearing it right now, you still won't present one. And that's not just to pick on you, John. That's just how humans are. See, they don't like solutions, so they do everything they possibly can to fight against them. And they only pick that which sounds the most outlandish to them. I've done multiple streams, me, Illicit Mind, Marcus, etc. I have a list of 13 solutions, and those 13 solutions have subcategories on subcategories. From the most peaceful, temporary solutions you could possibly ever imagine to the most violent, most permanent solutions you could possibly ever imagine, and everything in between. From the most loving, wonderful, sympathetic, empathetic, utopian possible solutions to the most harsh, destructive, deadly, chaotic, existential levels of solutions, and everything in between. You make it sound like the only thing I've ever said is the void. No, I'm an anti-cosmic voidist because for me, based on me seeing all of existence and even the potential for existence as a problem, I have to think about that problem if I'm ever going to come to a solution or realize that the solution itself is impossible, so I can then come to lower solutions. This is how intelligent people think. Do you get it? Do you get it? Like, and even with that said, even when it comes down to problems I don't personally see as problems, things I really don't even give a fuck about that other people complain about, I provide solutions to those problems. My problem is the potential of reality, period. My problem is anything being in the void at all. So I'm going to have to bring my solution all the way up to that level. But when it comes down to this little human level, there's solutions to these problems too. And when it comes to whatever theory you believe it is, a simulation, a soul trap, whatever the fuck you think you're in right now, there's solutions to that as well. Base reality, solutions. It's a universe, solutions. Like, there's solutions to everything, from the most peaceful to the most violent, from the most utopian, not getting rid of anything for the most part, and just trying to make the best of it in all these different ways that I could list with no issue, versus get rid of all of it. I would prefer to get rid of all of it, right? But let's say that's impossible. Well, then I have to go to the next level, the next level, the next level, all the way down to there's nothing I can do, so I'm just going to do nothing at all. We have it listed out the entire way, and I've done live stream after live stream on it. What are you talking about? The solution is supposed to be stuff to disappear. The solution? We've only offered one solution? Where have you been, John? Like, we have an entire list, and that whole list has subcategories. And we have had that the entire time. I've been saying it since my very first live stream, which is called Solutions, John. My first live stream, John. And in that first live stream, I don't think I mentioned the void even once, John. You know why? Because you got to baby step people up the levels of reality, to baby step them up the levels of problems, to baby step them up the levels of solutions. For those who even want to go that far. Not everybody even cares to go that far. Some people just want to know what to do about the government. We'll start off by not paying taxes, niggas. Like, do you understand what, like, there's levels to this shit, John. And if you go back to my very first live stream and watch every live stream I've made up till now, you go back to my very first post and read every single post I've made up till now, you'll see that I've just been carrying people up that ladder, John. because not everybody sees the same things as problems. And not everybody wants temporary solutions. So I said, okay, how high of a problem do you see? And people just kept going higher. From governments and conspiracies to elites to humanity to nature to the earth to the flat earth to the simulation, the matrix, the soul trap, the universe, the realm, the astral consciousness, all of existence, the potential for it, people just keep going higher. And honestly, I think the main reason people keep going higher with the problems is so they can push back their actions, so they can push back their own thoughts, words, and actions to that level in order to say, well, there's nothing I can do about anything here, even though by extending reality to these higher levels and tiers, all they're actually doing is proving how interconnected it all is. If that is affecting us in any way, then we're like, so they're actually disproving their own fucking bullshit excuse. But that's why most of them do it, because they just want an excuse to do nothing, John. They want any excuse to say there's nothing we can do about anything, John. That's what they want. That's what they want. So as they step their problems higher and higher, getting closer to mine, because mine is the fact that problems are even possible. Like my problem is literally the possibility of anything. So when I'm thinking about my problem, which is the possibility of anything, and I'm hearing people talk about lesser problems, I'm laughing. Like all of those problems have definitive and objective answers. You may or may not be able to carry them out. You may or may not be good at carrying them out. You may or may not want to carry them out. But they all have definitively, objectively provable solutions that could be proven externally. They're not hard to solve. The answer, the solution is usually right in the problem itself, right in the question, right? They're robbing us and using our slave labor 3 months out of the year in the form of federal income taxes to go bomb children around the world, and I am not for it. Stop paying income taxes. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Bro, the answer is in the problem. The problem is they're taxing you and using that to do things you don't want them to do with it, right? So stop paying the tax. Do you understand? So, like, that's usually how problems, that's how easy it is for a problem to be solved. Do you get what I'm saying? Most problems are that simple. The only truly theoretical problems are like metaphysical in nature. Again, is there any way to stop the actualization of potential in any type of forceful manner? Shit, even before that, will it ever stop on its own? When did it start? How far does it go back? What's the first thing that ever actualized ever? Which I'll probably never be able to answer, right? But it's a cool thing to think about. It's theoretical. It's out there, big dog, right? Coming all the way up to this particular reality, right? You can go further in that. Is potential eternal? Is possibility truly eternal? When there is nothing, when there's nothing but the chaos, when existence, like when entropy increases enough to a point where this reality collapses, as it is guaranteed to do, that's not my theory, that's just reality proven all day, every day. When that occurs and this particular reality in existence collapses back into a state of pure chaos, just pure potentiality, is potential slash possibility then infinite? Is there any impossibilities when there is nothing? Is all possible when there is nothing? Or are there already impossibilities, even when nothing is currently in existence? And what does that mean if there is or isn't? See, these are the types of questions that I think about. Well, motherfuckers swear there's nothing they can do right here on Earth about anything as a like. There's levels to this, John. So when it comes to what I see as the problem, yes, the void is the ultimate answer. The empty void is the ultimate answer. Is that possible? I don't know, John. I don't know. Religious people don't say those words, John. They don't say, I don't know. They can't say, I don't know. They act as if they know, like you're doing. That's not a solution. Really, John? Prove that, John. You can't, John, because you don't know that, John. And I know you don't. None of us do. But you're going to sit here and tell me that it definitively is. See, that's religious behavior, John. You just don't like what I'm saying, so you're going to pretend as if you have any way at all to prove that it's incorrect. When you don't, John, let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, next. When I wrote void, I meant for us to go back to non-existence. Yeah, we discussed that. The closest thing that I see closest to proof is getting out of body and communicating with spirits there and seeing what is happening. All else is theory. See, that's not proof, John. Because I could sit here and tell you that I did that. I was doing that this fucking morning. That's why I'm here doing this. That's why I woke up and came to do this. Can I prove that to you? No. Can I prove to you I've ever gone out of body in any form or fashion, astral traveled, astral projected, etc., that I've spoken to any so-called spirits, entities, astral denizens, etc.? It's no, John, I can't prove that to you. I could never externally prove to you. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like you people say these words and don't know what they mean. Proof is not something you believe based on your personal experience. That's subjectivity. That's not objectivity. That is not proof. That is literally not what proof is. You having an experience, you seeing Bigfoot in the woods is not proof of Bigfoot. It's simply proof that you believe it. And even that's not proof that you believe it. You simply said it. Now, if I hook you up to some lie detector test and you say, bro, I swear to God, I saw Bigfoot in the woods. And the lie detector test, I put you on 20 different types of tests and they all come back saying he's telling the truth. Then I have all the evidence. See, this is how you prove things. I have stacked enough evidence. I've used enough different types of lie detection to prove that you at least believe what you're saying is true. You really do think you saw Bigfoot in the woods this morning. You swear to fuck you did. You believe that shit. You're not lying to me. But did you actually see Bigfoot? I don't know. Because you could never prove to me what you saw. In order to do that, you would have to increase the levels of evidence. You get some pictures? Did you get a video? Did you get a DNA sample? Some fur, some blood, some saliva, some piss or some shit from the creature? Did you follow it back to its den? Can you bring me there and show me? See, this is how you stack levels of evidence to prove something externally to someone. Proof is external, not internal. This is why I keep saying to you, yeah, I have my own beliefs and thought processes and experience based on what happened before I was born, what's going on right now, and what will occur after I die. But that's my personal religion. I can only prove it to myself, and I can't even definitively prove it to myself. I can simply believe it because I'm the one experiencing it. But believing your experience doesn't make the experience true. It might be real for you. It doesn't actually mean it's objectively real. No different than a person having a hallucination or a dream. You know, if you put on a pair of virtual reality goggles and play Doom, are you really Doom guy? Are you really carrying a big gun? A big fucking gun, a BFG? Are you really shooting monsters with lasers? No, that's all 2D software code. It's all an experience programmed into the headset that reacts to you. It reacts to your conscious experience of it, but it is not real. Is the game real? Sure, Doom is real. The software is real. The code is real. Your experience of it is real, but is the actual experience itself real? No. You're not really Doom guy carrying a big fucking gun running around hell shooting demons. You're a nigga in his living room wearing a virtual reality headset that is encoded with that software program that you pressed start on. Now, if you take off, let's say you're playing that game and you trip because, you know, the headset's on and you bump your fucking head, the headset flies off, right? And you wake up. And because your brain got jogged somehow, or even your consciousness beyond the body, spirit, soul, whatever the fuck, and now you think you're fucking Doom guy, Does that suddenly make you Doom Guy? No, nigga, just because you believe it wholeheartedly based on your experience still doesn't make it objectively true. It just means you really believe that shit. I could tell you that I've heard people's souls scream, and somebody could say to me, no, you haven't. And I could never prove to them that I had. All I could tell them is that I did. They could take it or leave it. They could believe it or not. Because I cannot prove that. See, all proof is external, all belief is internal. Once belief faces the judgment of externality, it is now testing time. I could say 1 + 1 = 3 in my mind all I want. But once it faces reality, once it faces externality, see, this is why I like when people say subjectivity is above objectivity, I go, you're fucking dumb. When people say that your personal experience is more important than what is objectively provable, you're fucking dumb. I personally believe 1 + 1 = 3. 1, 1, 2 every fucking time. I don't care what your belief is. I don't care what your internal experience is. Well, on my inside, internally, I experience 3 as the answer to 1 + 1. But what is it in reality? What can be proven versus what you believe? That's the difference between proof and belief. That's the difference between being an intellectual, being intelligent, being philosophically, logically, mathematically, scientifically, etc., being objectively consistent, seeking objective truth versus subjective religion that is entirely based on your personal experiences. Because then you get New Agers arguing with simulationists, arguing with soul trappers, arguing with Christians, all these religious people arguing their religions, which are mostly, if not entirely, already definitively, objectively, externally proven incorrect to begin with. A bunch of incorrect niggas arguing a bunch of incorrect shit that is provably incorrect based on their subjective experiential bullshit that they think is true, not realizing they're using their brains, nervous systems, eyeballs, ears, etc., plus their own pre-programmed fucking consciousness, subconsciousness, and thought processes to discern that which it is they experienced. And they're putting the experience in a manner in which they can understand, which is why you can have 10 motherfuckers witness the same exact crime, come to them fucking 10 seconds after witnessing it, ask them what the fuck happened, and get 10 fucking different answers. Google that, YouTube that, watch that. Eyewitnesses are not, I repeat, are not very reliable. This happens all the time where you get an eyewitness say some shit and then you see the video and it's a completely different video. But the eyewitness under fucking lie detection really believes the shit they said. They built a religion, a subjective belief based upon the experience they had and their own subjective analysis of that experience. But they swear it's fucking true. They saw it with their own fucking eyes. Did they though? Or is that what they think they saw with their own fucking eyes? Did they really experience that, or is that what they thought they experienced? If I put you in what do they call it? A deprivation tank where you deprive yourself of sensory deprivation tank, right? If I put you in one of those tanks, right? And I plug, say, a Neuralink into your brain and connect you to a fucking video game. Doom, let's just go back to Doom. I plug you into Doom. Your brain is now playing Doom. It doesn't even know it's part of a physical human body, right? It believes that what it's experiencing in the Doom game is 100% physically material, real in all ways. But is it? No, my nigga, it's not. The experience is. The game is. But is it a real reality that that being is literally living within and fighting actual demons within? Are they literally in hell fighting demons in hell? As Doom Guy with his big fucking gun? No, they're not. They are a brain in a body in a sensory deprivation tank that is neuralinked into a computer that is playing that software, giving them that experience, making them subjectively believe the experience is reality. But is it though? Is it though? See, this is why your subjective experience is shit in comparison to objective, external proof. Well, I know Jesus exists. I believe it inside my heart. Prove it. I don't have to. I just rely on faith. That's what you're saying right now, John. You're talking like a Christian, John. My mother will tell you Jesus is true because she saw that nigga. Other people will tell you they saw Virgin Mary, so they know Christianity is real. I died, I had a near death experience, and I saw my grandma, and she told me to go into the light, so I know the light's a good thing. I saw 200-foot tall Jesus, and he told me it wasn't my time. So I've come back to the earth to spread this message of my near death experience that I experienced, because my experience is objectively true. So I know that that 200-foot tall Jesus was the real Jesus from the Bible I was given on earth, and that everything he said to me is true because it felt true. I've never felt such truth. I knew everything. I didn't even need to ask questions, even though they still ask the 200-foot tall Jesus questions and the Jesus still answers, but they know everything, right? I love it. Was all telepathic. I knew everything. I didn't have to ask anything. And then when you listen to them, what do? They start asking questions like, thought you knew everything. See, you might know a lot of things when you cross onto that. You don't know everything, my nigga. Like, you know, so like, but do you hear that? Like, their subjective experience of their near death experience and their subjective analysis of that subjective experience is what they build their religious belief around, that they then begin preaching on the internet when they come back from that experience, and they preach it as if it's true. Can they prove any of it? No. Can they even prove they had the experience? No. Can they prove that what occurred in the experience is what actually occurred in the experience, and that it's not just them using their human brain to analyze the experience and give them a reality that works just like your brain does with every other form of sensory perception? Your eyes, your ears, all of your senses do nothing but provide your brain with data so it can then simulate a reality for you. So you can look around and know where you are, what you are, when you are, why you are, how you are, right? That's what your sensory perception does. That's what your sensors are for. So when you have a experience of any kind and you're using your brain to then think about it and speak about it, to analyze it and then tell other people about it, your brain is forming a simulation that is understandable to the observer, so the observer can then contemplate it and speak it. So can they even prove that the experience was real? No. Can they prove that what they experienced was real rather than just their analysis of it? No. Right? Can they prove that the 200-foot tall Jesus was even telling them the truth, even if the experience was real? No. They have no idea if that nigga was lying to them. No, I felt it. I felt that it was true. How many times have people been cheated on by someone they trusted? How many times have people been wronged by a family member? You understand? Like, you can only be wronged by a motherfucker you trusted not to do you wrong, right? So you felt it in the bottom of your heart. 200-foot tall Jesus was telling you the truth. Does that mean it is true? No. You could be wrong. He could be lying. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your subjective experience doesn't mean shit to externally proven objective reality. It's just your beliefs based on your analysis of your experience, which is faulty the entire way through. Your experience is faulty, let alone your analysis of it. Especially like 99.9, because like motherfuckers don't even really study or research and even to gain objective understandings of their subjective experiences. Like if you have in certain psychological, nobody studies the psychology. They don't study the astral. They don't study the dreams. They don't study any of this shit realistically, let alone research it. And I mean research, like actually go out into fields of study and create actual research. Like when I say study, study means learn, read, listen to, watch, try to understand in every way you can without direct research or direct practice. Then there is direct practice, where you yourself are doing things to gain understandings based upon your experience, right? And then there's research. See, the study helps you understand and steer the practice. Then comes research where there's more people like you. There's more people doing these things. Because I'm talking about something that people do. You could do that with anything. Like, you could study one fucking, a book on ants. You could study everything there is to study on ants. But then when you go out into the field and you actually start researching the ants, you research them in the field. You study them in the field in their natural environment. Then you start researching, I should say, where you take them in a lab of some sort and start running experiments, start creating ant farms and things. And now you're researching. You're an actual researcher of ants. like, so study, practice, and research to the best of your ability in any and all ways you're willing and able to. And in doing so, it will give you a better subjective and objective analysis of your subjective and objective experience in order to make it easier to come to more truth and be less religious. In order to make it easier to say the words, I don't know, so if and then. I can't prove, so what if it's this or this or this? Or what if it's 2 out of the 3 or some sort of all of the above? Rather than being religious and saying, no, it's just this one thing. So when you say the closest thing that I see to proof is getting out of body and communicating with spirits there and seeing what is happening, on a personal perspective, I absolutely suggest doing that 110%. But your own personal subjective experience is not objective reality if you can't even prove to yourself that it was. So you have to find a way to objectively analyze even your own subjective experience, so you can better align your own subjectivity with objective truth rather than religion, which is what most people end up doing. All else is theory. See, all theory is nothing but a compilation of evidence. How much evidence have you compiled to prove what is? Well, that evidence is the theory. All the observations, all the evidence, all the research, etc. That's the theory. You're building the theory. Right? Your own subjective experience is less than a theory. A theory will take subjective experiences into account. And it will take more than just one into account in order to be as objective as possible rather than as religious as possible. If you're only going to take your one personal subjective experience, especially when you're talking about something as like out of body, you're not even talking about something you saw right in front of you with your own 2 human eyes. You're talking about a type of astral experience that you could not even prove objectively to yourself. If you take that as 100% objective truth, you're religious. Like, it's that simple. I agree on the way you talk about belief and religion 100%. Well, hail to you, John. I'm not picking on you, John. You just typed a lot of comments and you made me think things and say things. Like, anybody who comments and I respond to, don't feel extra picked on. I mean, you are in the moment technically because I'm reading your comment and responding, but it is what it is, Self-made. All consciousness is one. The void is without the consciousness. You can still exist and be part of the void. I like the way you put that there, self-made. Richie, damn, you just dropped his fucking, government, my guy. No, shout out to you, Lone Richie. Yeah, he snitched on himself, right? Lone Richie. Lone Ricardo. John's journey. Do you consider going to a heavenly state a possible solution where you can go from happy place to happier and so on? I mean, that depends on what you consider to be heavenly. Yeah, like the very next statement is self-made. Heaven is allegedly a place without emotions. And if you go look into the Christian Bible, for example, Book of Revelation, in that heaven, once Zion comes to earth, There will be no emotions. Would that be heavenly to you? Do you think the Christian heaven is like heavenly? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so what is heavenly to you? Now, the way you put that here was where you can go from happy place to happier and so on. No. So let me ask you this. In your life right now, do you just go from happier to happier to happier to happier to no. That's a weird robotic way of that's not real. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like no place could be that way either. If there is happiness, there is sadness. If there is heat, there is cold. Like because if there's heat, that means there is warmth. Something is generating energy to cause warmth. If something is not generating that energy, then there is cold. Where there is temperature, there is the possibility for heat and a possibility for cold. Now, you could be somewhere that is generally more hot versus more cold. And if you like it more hot or more cold, you could pick going somewhere. But even in that place that's hot or cold, its temperature still fluctuates. It's not a 100% perfect temperature. You get what I'm saying? And even if it is, that's not to say it could never change because it's just temperature. It's a spectrum. It always holds the possibility for change. Now, if we're going to take that to be something like a conscious experience, a feeling, an emotion, happiness, which is completely and entirely subjective to the individual because different things make different people happy. There might be crossovers. This thing might make multiple people happy. You know, it might make 60% of people happy, but there's a 40% that it wouldn't. Like, you know, it's like there might be crossovers that make certain percentages of beings, of conscious beings happy, but there will be other things that won't. The only way for you to have that is to basically have your own personal heaven that you're producing. But if it's your own personal heaven and you're producing it, eventually you'll get tired because there's not infinite things to do. When it comes to things to do, things that could literally be done in any and all ways, in any and all variations, there's still only a finite number, no matter how large that number is. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, now, if you only exist for a certain period of time in that state, you might have what you would consider to be a heavenly state for as long as you have it, but it wouldn't be perfect. You know, like, because nothing is. Nothing ever could be. It could be better, and it could be even getting better every day, right? And let's say you only last in that state for so long, and somehow you're able to pull off, however long you last in that state, it was always getting better. Never reaching perfection, because that's impossible, but it was always getting better, right? Becoming more utopian. Well, for every realm that would be that way, there would be an opposite realm. There would be somebody else who was trying to do the same thing as you, but had the complete opposite experience. It just kept getting more dystopian, even if it's entirely their fault or due to the fault of something external. Because there's a wide ranging spectrum of things that can occur. Therefore, different things will occur, and not everyone's going to have that. So even if you could get your one beautiful, perfect heaven place that just gets better and better and better, somebody else won't. So then the next question is, how selfish are you? Again, it comes as above, so below, as between, so without, as within, so without, as between, so around. Right here on planet Earth, first worlders versus third worlders. You know what I'm saying? Like what you're saying is, you know, like that realm, that more heavenly place would be like the first world. The worst place would be like the third world. And remember, all is energy and all is an energy exchange. If your realm is just getting better and better, it's energizing more and more. You get what I'm saying? Like that's coming from somewhere, bro. There's only so much to go around. If you got a bigger slice of the good pie, somebody got a smaller slice of the good pie. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's the good pie and the bad pie. You got a larger slice of the good pie and a smaller slice of the bad pie, but you all have an equal slice because you all exist in the same thing. Then that means somebody else got a larger slice of bad pie and a smaller slice of good pie. Just like right here on planet Earth. I'm holding this cell phone in my hand, which means somebody dug up the cobalt somewhere. Right? Like the resources had to come from somewhere and someone had to dig them out in some form or fashion. They had to be sent somewhere else to be refined. They had to be sent somewhere else to be put together as components and somewhere else to be put together as a phone before it ended up in whatever store I bought it in as a first world American. It went through probably 3 fucking third world nations and then probably to China or some shit in a factory somewhere before it got sent over here. And my life just got better that day. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, how selfish are you? How much do you care about yourself versus anything and everything, anyone and everyone, everywhere else? Would you be satisfied with you having your heavenly experience while the vast majority aren't? Just again, first world, third world. There's far more poor people than there is rich people. You know, when it comes to the lower end statistics, there will always be far more of those than there will be higher end statistics. So if you end up somehow, luckily, ending up in the higher end statistics, just know through energy exchange, because all is energy and all is an exchange, all that is, all thoughts, words, and actions on all levels of reality is an energy exchange in some form or fashion. You are siphoning from someone else somewhere else in some form or fashion. And someone somewhere else is probably siphoning you in some form or fashion. Whether they know it or not, whether you know it or not. Because your realities are all connected to each other. Your existence is connected to theirs. Your consciousness is connected to all that is conscious. All that is connected to all that is. Like, so if you got your heaven somewhere, your first world, somebody's got their hell, their third world. Period. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that everyone and everything everywhere could have a heavenly reality that is always going upward in happiness. Like, just right here on earth, if you gave that to a lion, that would be terrifying for all that lions hunt. But if you gave it to all that lions hunt, that would be terrifying for lions because they would starve the fuck out. In a lion's heaven, there are zebras galore, and their hooves are weak and they're slow. And they don't have teeth, they can't even bite back. You know, but for another lion who really likes to chase, maybe they're faster, maybe they kick even harder, but he's got armor. He's an armored battle lion who hunts for the fun of it. And he only hunts the strongest and fastest of beasts. So all the zebras and antelope, they're far more dangerous than the normal lions, because that's his heaven. You know what I'm saying? While another lion is like, nigga, that's too much work. Give me the nigga with no teeth, no hooves, super slow, but perfect meat. I just want a herd of perfectly meated zebras laying down. And they don't do anything but get eaten. Like, you know what I'm saying? Heaven to one being is hell for another, for one reason or another. Let alone your heaven feeding on their heaven, which turns their heaven into hell. Your country feeding on their country's resources. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the same shit, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Just equate your reality right here, right now, to any and all levels of reality beyond it, whether they be material, conceptual, or non-conceptual. Just equate it to the level that it's on, and you'll understand what existence is, because you are existence. You exist within existence. All that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. You are reality experiencing reality. You are existence experiencing existence. So look around and you tell me, can you have your own heavenly realm where things just go up and up and up forever? Look around and you tell me. You know the answer already. People don't like the answer, but they already know the answer. Metazusta, that depends on your definition of what heavenly state is. But in this case, if you mean a happier utopian heaven, as you said, absolutely not. A temporary band-aid waiting to be more hell. Eventually, that's how entropy works. Shit can rise and shit can fall, you know? John's Journey. Why? If it's only positive emotions, then it's good. Self-made positive emotions and negative emotions are intertwined. Without one, the other wouldn't exist. Exactly. It's just emotion. It's a spectrum. It's no different than electromagnetism. There's positive and negative. You understand? This is charges. You know, it's what do the New Agers like to call it? There's a word they have for it, not friction. They like to say, you know, God was bored, so God created, not duality. I can't think of the word, but there's a word that they use in particular where it created this kind of like this friction, so it could experience something, and the only thing that it could experience would be itself because it is all that is, right? So it's the only thing that it could experience. Damn, there's a perfect word for it. And I can't. I wish I could think of this fucking word right now because it's so perfect for it. Anyway, maybe it'll come to me afterward. But yeah, negative emotions and positive emotions are all emotions. That just is what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there is the possibility for happiness, there is the possibility for sadness. Period. If there is the possibility for pleasure, there is the possibility for suffering. How much pleasure versus how much suffering you will actually experience in any particular realm at any particular moment is all contextual and circumstantial and situational. And no one could ever predict or tell you exactly what it will be. Like, so nah, bro, you're never going to end up in a realm that's just going up and up, and that's not realistic at all. And even if you somehow could, that means somebody somewhere else is going down and down and down and down. Someone else is paying for your happiness. Just like here on Earth, when you have first worlders versus third worlders, rich versus poor, powerful versus completely disempowered. Do you understand what I'm saying? What do they say? What was Occupy Wall Street saying? The 1% versus the 99%. The controllers versus the controlled, the slave masters versus the slaves. There's always that top tier versus the bottom tier, right? And there's only a top tier because there is a bottom tier. That's just existence. That's reality. That's consciousness. That's energy exchange. Whether people like it or not, that just is what that is. Without one, the other wouldn't exist. Metazusta, if you live in a reality where there is only one thing, but not the other as the polar opposite, then in this case, it is no longer positive. That too. Just neutrality, as it is only one thing and no opposite. If there was only happiness, you wouldn't even know what happiness is. You wouldn't be experiencing it as you know happiness. You can never experience pleasure the way you experience it if you could not experience pain. If pleasure was all there is, it wouldn't actually even be pleasure. It would just be the baseline. Like, what is your baseline right now when you're not being pleasured and not suffering, at least in any noticeable fashion? When you are not noticeably suffering or being pleasured, that's your baseline, right? So if pleasure, whatever the fuck that may be, I don't know, if you're a being who's just walking around coming all the time for so like you just walk around in constant orgasm, right? You're born that way all the way to the time you die. Because again, as above, so below, you can just take it right down to a human level and just expend it to any realm out there, right? Let's say you were a human who was born just orgasming at all times. That's just what you do, right? First and foremost, that's no longer pleasure. It's now your baseline. You're always orgasming. And I don't mean like you orgasm. I mean, you're literally always, from the moment you're just leaking cum at all. You're coming at all times, right? That becomes your baseline. You go to work doing that. You wear like these weird condom things that goes to like a a bag that is that you change out it because it's a medical condition. You know, some people be like, oh man, that must be great just to be coming all the fucking time, always in pleasure. But the person will probably be like, actually, you know, first off, it's my baseline. Secondly, it's annoying. It's always happening. Like sometimes it's a little too intense and I can't do what I need to do. Other times it's not as intense and it's just my baseline background and it interferes with me doing the things that I wanted to. Like, just go see people who come randomly. I forget what it's called, but there is a medical condition where people just randomly orgasm. They just randomly ejaculate, etc. Right? And it interferes with their life a lot, even though, you know, they're being pleasured in pleasurable moments. Like, now picture somebody who was born in that and stays in that at all times. That's not pleasure anymore. It's just Tuesday. Do you understand what I'm saying? And now let's say for some reason you were born in that and it's always increasing some way, somehow, which isn't really possible, but let's say it is. It's always increasing, right? What are you really doing? You're like just a drug addict, just floating. It's Go watch American Gods with Bilquis. When Bilquis has sex, what the fuck is all these helicopters doing outside? These niggas is loud as shit. Can't even see what they doing. They're loud as fuck out there though. But I don't know. Maybe they come in and get me. Maybe you guys get to see me die live on camera. Um, Go watch American Gods and watch the goddess named Bilquis and look what happens when she has sex with motherfuckers and they go inside of her vagina and they end up floating in her vaginal heaven. They're in heaven. That's what you're describing. Go look at that. Look up Bilquis American Gods sex scene or whatever the fuck, right? And watch as the niggas get sucked into her vagina, which is heaven, because heaven's between a woman's thighs. Like these are old, ancient things, right? The portal, etc., whatever, right? The portal to the void, the portal to the. Anyway, we ain't gonna go deep into it. Just go watch that. And watch how the dude is when he's inside of her heavenly realm. That's basically what you're saying. Like niggas just want to do that. Like I don't want to just float in a cosmic pleasure. At least not me. If that's what you want to do, by all means, you can go ahead and try it. But that's what niggas is arguing for. Like I just want to float in a non-stopward up. I'm like, so you just want to be a drug addict. You just want to smoke more and more crack. Like that's what drug addicts, as above, so below. You want to be an astral drug addict. Just going higher and higher and higher. Happier and happier and happier. Better feeling and better feeling. More pleasure, more pleasure, more pleasure. So just start doing heroin, my nigga. And just take more heroin every day. Well, I'm not going to do that. Do you understand? Like, as above, so below. Think about, you go be an astral drug addict, which isn't possible, but let's say it was possible. Someone's going to invade your realm at some point. You're going to be so fucking high, you don't even know what's going on, which is very possible how you got here to begin with. If you believe in that sort of thing. You might have been sitting in your realm high as fuck. I'm just so pleased. And somebody kicked in that motherfucking door. And yo, super pleased ass got stuck in here. They were like, who knows? Maybe we're all just fucking astral addicts. And we were placed in here as an intervention. Our peoples are intervening because we're all fucking drug addicts. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that would be like. But yeah, it would no longer really be positive. It would just be the baseline. You know what I'm saying? If only pleasure existed but no suffering did, then it is no longer pleasure, just neutrality, which that is, and vice versa. If there is heat but no ice ever, then it's no longer heat. It's just neutrality. You don't even know there is heat because you don't even know there is cold. You don't know any difference. You don't realize that it's hot where you are because that's all there is. Like, you guys, like, if everything was pure suffering, you'd never recognize you were even suffering. If everything was pure pleasure, you'd never recognize you were in pleasure. Oh shit, the word is almost to me. Polarity? Polarity? That's close enough. Juxtaposition? There's a word New Agers use where they say that, like, where you actually can experience something. There must be. And there's a word they use, and I just can't think of the word. But it's actually the perfect word for it, I can't lie. If something, whenever you or drink it, tastes good, but nothing ever tastes bad, ever, then there can no longer be a concept for good taste or bad taste, just a taste, or neutral, only taste, or really, no taste. There is no taste in that case. Because if there is no bad taste, there can't really be a good taste. And if there is no good taste, there can't be a variation of good tastes. You know, there might be like 5 flavors that you like out of the 10, and there's 5 flavors that you don't like out of the 10. But if it's impossible for you to experience flavor that is bad to you, then it's impossible to experience flavor that is good to you. Meaning it's impossible for you to experience flavor. There'd be no flavor. You know what I'm saying? It would just be what it is. You're drinking a thing, but it has no taste. You're eating a thing, but it has no taste. Because there's no good or bad. No bad, no good, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, in order to have the good, you do have to have the bad. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean, like, in order to, save someone's life, there has to be the ability to take someone's life. Which means there must first be life and death. If there is death, there must be life that precedes it. If there is life, there must be death that comes after. And if there is life and death, things can be brought into life or lives can be saved, but they can also be ended and taken. You get what I'm saying? Same shit. Same shit here. Cosmics 92. Shout out to you, Cosmics. I ain't spoken to you in a little bit. I mean, we're in the same group chat, so I'm definitely blowing up your phone, but ninjas be tired, man. Let the entropy rise. I agree. I mean, even if we don't want it to, it's going to anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, the question is, are we going to help it or not? It's happening anyway. Like, you know? John's Journey. I have a solution, but it's still without proof. I believe of taking care. See, that's called a possible solution. There you go. I believe of taking care of the soul so it can. And you know what, John? Shout out to you for proving me wrong. Because earlier I said you will not provide a solution. Now, the reason I do that is to try to get people to provide solutions. Because, you know, if you call them out flat out like that, that's usually what's going to make them more likely to do so. But I love being proven wrong in such a fashion. So thank you, John. I have a solution, but it's still without proof. That's fine. I believe of taking care of the soul so it can go as close to heaven as possible after death and then progress more from there. Now, I'm fine with this if this is a possible solution, but you'd have to, in this case, break down what is the soul, what is heaven, how are you getting as close to possible? What does that mean? What is closeness to heaven? You know what I'm saying? You take the subjective thought and then you start to break it down and analyze it in an objective fashion, right? In order to see any way to learn, teach, preach, promote, or carry this out in any objective fashion. And then any and all subjective fashions. Your religion should always come after that which is objective, right? Because that which you can definitively prove, you should be doing before that which you cannot. Like you get me? But I'm fine with that solution. You know, if that's what you want to do. If getting out of body is not enough proof, then there is no way ever to prove anything about something more than physical. Correct. That's why these are when we go over all of the possibilities. Like, because you could never prove that to me any more than I could prove it to you, right? So we go over all of it and we look at all the possibles, all the possibilities. You could prove that you got out of body by visiting a friend's house in spirit and entering a locked room and then reporting back to them in the morning what you saw there. Yes, but that's only one type of out of body experience, and not everybody's actually good at that. To be honest with you, to me, that is the hardest form. What they call wow, why is my brain just not working? Astral projection, or what I find even harder is remote viewing. Remote viewing I find harder than anything. Just viewing it from where I'm sitting right here, trying to think of where you are and look at your room and all that shit. I'll probably be wrong every time. Astral projecting into this level of reality is also what I find harder based upon already having a body here. It's you usually have to be ejected in some form or fashion. Like the only times that I've really done, I've been hit so hard that I was standing next to my body as it was falling in slow motion. Then I got hit again and I was back in my body. I was like, God damn, that nigga hit hard. But I'm glad he hit me the second time because we got to finish the fight and I got to win in the end. Because if he just let me fall, man, I was going to sleep. But you hear people all the time say they get into car accidents or they're in a surgery or somebody gives them a drug or, you know, injects something into them and then they're just like kind of ejected from their body. Most people who tell you, oh, I do this out of body experience shit purposely. Well, when you ask them what they're doing, it usually turns out to be astral traveling, not projecting into this realm nor remote viewing. That takes more work. Remote viewing, in my opinion, takes way more practice. Every time you go to sleep, you could accidentally astral travel because it's just a disconnection from a realm, and there's a whole bunch of realms out there. No different than if we are AI in a simulation, disconnecting from the avatar and just being in the program. So you know, it's like you disconnect from that program entirely, let alone the avatar, and you're just amongst the programs. You can even you go into your own program, like sleep mode. You know what I'm saying? And create your dream mode and formulate all your shit. Like, but when it comes to someone, because I've said that to people before, like, oh, you can remote view. Okay, then do that. Show me that. And motherfuckers, for the most part, can't do it. Even the people I've seen claim they can do it, it still wasn't proven to me. You know, I've seen videos, documentaries, et cetera, et cetera. But I wasn't there, none of that. That doesn't mean that I don't believe that what they were saying was true or that they at least believe what they're saying is true, right? right? But I still have to believe it to an extent because I wasn't there and they didn't necessarily definitively prove everything to me. But in some cases where you got a nigga in a room with some keys and some, the dude's calling it out, you're like, that seems pretty legit. So as long as this presentation is legit, that man can do that thing, right? Which to me would say, yes, you can go out of body. As far as I'm concerned, it is proven that out of body experiences do occur based on the level of evidence amounting to proof. The question would be is when someone claims that they have gone out of body, let alone when they claimed to have done a certain thing out of body, let alone when they claim that definitively means something occurred prior to birth, is occurring now, and will occur after death, let alone whatever it is they're specifically claiming it is. That doesn't mean that any of that is true. Do you understand what I'm saying? Especially when you have two people who have an equal amount of evidence showing that they go out of body in some form or fashion, yet are disagreeing on certain things, which you can find all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than the people who watch NDEs and say, we're all going to heaven after because these people's experiences, while they ignore the hell experiences, while other people only pay attention to the hell experience and go, no, we're all going to hell after. It's going to be worse after this. And ignore all the heaven experiences. While all of those people ignore the neutral experiences, the void experience. They said, like, people generally tend to focus on that which they personally believe provides more evidence and credence to that which they already believe. And they tend to ignore that which doesn't. And in many cases, will say it's completely false without having any way to actually prove that, even if they're already wrong, while claiming that their shit is true without being able to prove it, even if they're already wrong. Like, this is just what people do. That's just what people do. You get what I'm saying? So even then, a lot of this shit is still going to be based in belief and your own analysis, especially like if you're trying to tell people that you do that, but can't prove it. You know what I'm saying? And many people do that. This is why I always say, bro, I could talk about the astral all fucking day, but can I prove any of that shit to you? No. So what's the point of me trying to? Why am I going to sit here and try to convince you of my own subjective experiences that are internal to me and could never be externally proven? That's pointless. I'm just trying to spread my religion at that point. You get what I'm saying? Now, if we want to talk about out of body experiences in general specifically, cool. But I've never seen someone have an out of body experience anywhere but in this plane. They didn't go to heaven. I've seen people have near death experiences where they weren't just out of their body, like through meditation or surgery or sleep, or like they were dead. Like their body was dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people have gone to what they called heavenly realms or what they assumed to be heavenly realms because they felt all this love and yada yada. You know what I'm saying? The love bombing and all that good stuff. But other people have gone to places that are worse. You know what I'm saying? So, and I've had my own personal experiences that leads me to think what I think is going to occur after I die for me, let alone anyone anywhere else. Right? But even though I have done these things and can prove it to myself and yet it doesn't mean it's true. And for example, going out of body, here's another thing. You can go out of body experience, see your friend in his room doing something, and then tell him the next day. That doesn't mean you were actually out of your body. Your consciousness may just be connecting to the consciousness of the earth, of the humans, of all human beings, of your friend over there. You could be connected to the global unconscious, subconscious, etc., etc. You could literally just be like, again, simulation. What do they call it? Like a metaphor. You are simply connecting to certain nodes that connect to another node in order to receive information about what's going on over there while you're all the way over here. Because you're still connected to the informational highway. Like, you know, like, even though you're not literally there, you're still able to experience or know what's going on over there as if you were. You might not actually literally be out of body at all. That might just be an assumption we make to begin with. The only time that I say, you know, when I use the term out of body is when I know a motherfucker turned around and looked at their body. You guys, that's why I separate out of body experience from remote viewing, because they could just be remote viewing and not be out of body at all, or they could be out of body. right? Or they could even be, because the brain is actually a pretty powerful calculator and simulator, they could even be simulating the experience they're having from a third person point of view. So they think they're out of body, looking at their body when they're actually still in their body. They are, even from a purely material perspective, which I don't agree with, but even from a purely 100% you are the brain perspective, the brain can simulate a third person experience of you standing outside your body looking at your body because the brain has all the data it needs to do that. That's not even hard. It just has no reason to do it. It's dumb. Like, that does not help with your survival. It does not help you achieve any of the goals it needs you to accomplish on a daily basis, so it doesn't do that. But when something's fucked up, near death experiences, car crashes, somebody getting knocked the fuck out, taking drugs, being sedated, going into surgery, extreme stressful situation, like you can end up like there was a lady who flipped a van because the thing fell on her child, right? And she flipped the van. She tore her all her arm muscles, back muscles. She ripped her body apart to flip a fucking van over that was like 3,000 fucking pounds. This little 130 pound woman, right? Because the body is crazy of some, it's capable of some crazy shit under certain stressors. Well, so is the brain. The brain is capable of even crazier. The brain is capable of the most wildest hallucinations. Your reality is nothing but a hallucination of sensory perception. Your brain analyzes all the sensory data that comes in through your sensory perception and then provides you a simulated reality. This is all simulacra. We are in a simulacrum. All of existence is, especially conscious existence. You take in that simulacra and simulate your reality, right? Like, you're already doing it right now. All your brain would have to do is switch to third person mode. Like, it's no different than playing a video game. My boy in the other room, Self Made, who y'all saw in the comments here, that's my host. He was in the other room playing Resident Evil, and you could switch from first person to third person. And if you think of somebody who's like playing a game like that, and let's say they get nervous in a moment, they hit the wrong button, and they go from first person to third person to first person, like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, your brain could simply be simulating a third person view. Do I believe that's what it's doing? No, I personally believe people do go out of body, but I also believe that some people are having a simulated third person experience. I don't believe that it's exactly the same for everyone under every circumstance because I'm not religious. I don't have enough evidence to say that it is the same for everyone under every circumstance. But I have more than enough evidence to say that it might be different due to the context of every individual situation, where certain contexts lead to certain outcomes. If you do certain things, you do go out of body for most people, but there are outliers for all things. If you do other things, instead you start remote viewing. If you do other things, your brain will simulate a third person experience. And all of these things have outliers because everything does. The exceptions that prove the rules, the probability, the most likely things to occur versus the less likely things to occur, but the less likely things are still possible, right? Like, this is what I mean by we can't be religious about it. Now, if I can go to my friend's house and pick up his keys and throw them at him, you know what I'm saying? And he recorded that on camera. I went out of body and wherever I was, went to his home, started messing with things in his house. Not just seeing him, not just telling him, you know what I'm saying? But I'm actually messing with things. And he's got it all on camera. He's experiencing it. He's even asking me, "Is this you?" And I pick up a pen and I write on the paper, "Yes, it's me." Like, you know what I'm saying? While recording my body back at my place or whatever the fuck to show that I'm really not, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then when I go back to my body, we're like, oh, look, I was definitely out of body. But even then, there's still a slight religious aspect to that because it could just be, it's possible, I'm not saying it is, but it could just be that instead of me truly going out of body, just as I was doing when I was connecting to the consciousness of the reality, the subconsciousness, the global unconscious, etc. All of this shit is energy. All of this shit is electromagnetic, right? And our reality itself is undecidable, which means there is an underlying consciousness to the reality itself, which is why it can't literally be a simulation, but that's neither here nor there. You can still treat it as a simulation if you're code within that coded reality, right? You're just tapping into the code. You're tapping into the consciousness, the kinesis of the reality itself. So I can move things somewhere else with my mind over here because it's all connected. This is all one thing and it's all made of the same shit. I'm simply using the electromagnetism, the energy, the vibrational frequency, the code itself of underlying the matrix program, like whatever the fuck people want to call the underlying thing, the space time, etc., to manipulate something somewhere that is seemingly somewhere else. As an individuated being, it might be somewhere else, but as reality as a whole, it's all me. As existence as a whole, it's all me. As consciousness as a whole, conscious existence as a whole is all me. Right? The as above, so below, as within, so without. I'm simply an algorithm of the greater algorithm, right? So as an algorithm of the algorithm, I'm a code within code. I can literally handshake my way all the way to the thing over there to see what's going on over there, if not manipulate it from where I am as the agent. AI agents don't literally go through the internet. You know, you could look at it this way metaphorically. It's kind of cool using the API keys to open gateways and go through the pathways and like it's dope to think, but literally what they do is not that. They send electronic signals that activate certain things, if and thens. If this signal, then this. In order to activate certain API keys, certain handshakes, open up certain gateways, and receive information from something in a server somewhere else. They're in an open, ChatGPT is in an open AI server in like fucking, I don't know, Ohio somewhere, while it needs data that is stored on a server in fucking Singapore. Is the AI literally leaving the server in Ohio to physically go through all the electronic lines and Ethernet cables to go to the server in Singapore, grab the file by hand, like a human walking into a room searching for a file, and then bring it all? No, it's not what he does. It's not what the AI does. You can look at our reality the same way as conscious agents within it, especially if you think we're part of it in some form or fashion, in any form or fashion, really. Especially if anybody who's like a simulationist or anything, like all you're doing is handshaking. You know what I'm saying? Like all you're doing is connecting your consciousness. But especially if you believe in out of body experiences and things along these lines, consciousness being capable of separating from the avatar and having an effect on reality beyond the avatar, then there's no reason really that it would be impossible for a being to manipulate something in somebody's room in a whole other city, state, planet, galaxy. Technically, I mean, it might be highly improbable, but technically it's possible a being from another fucking world in a whole other galaxy on the other side of the universe could manipulate shit going on in your room. They just have to be that tapped in, that powerful, like, you know, that practiced, that researched, that studied, etc., etc. Transcended, whatever the fuck, you know, whatever it requires to do, but it shouldn't be impossible. So you may not actually be out of body at all in your friend's room, seeing what they're doing or even manipulating their things like a ghost. You might still just be having an experience of doing that based on being the conscious agent that is attempting to do that. So your conscious awareness is there or is being simulated as being there in order to give you the experience of being there. So you can then make decisions in that space in order to manipulate that section of reality as you see fit. While you're still just back there, laying in bed or something in a physical sense, in a material sense. You're just connected to the ethers, the electricity, the electromagnetism, the atomics, the quantum field. You know what I'm saying? You're connected to the potential and the actualization itself, the chaos. You're connected to the consciousness, the subconsciousness, the unconscious, etc., etc., etc. You're connected to the reality itself in one form or fashion, right? You're connected to the operating system in some form or fashion. You feel me? So even then, to claim that we are definitely going out of body when doing these things would still be religious. This is why I like to say, like, open up all possibilities. I do believe that people go out of body, and I do believe, You notice how I'm using these words believe. I could honestly prove that if I really want, like, externally with external evidence, but there's no point. There's no need to argue such things because that's usually what I can prove this. All right, let's get into an argument then. You know, so like I do believe that. I believe this. I believe this. I believe these things are possible. Yes, 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 yes. Right. But I'm not going to claim that they are 100% definitive or that what is occurring is 100% definitively what I'm saying is occurring or what I believe is occurring because there's other possibilities. So instead, I'm just going to take all the possibilities of what could be occurring based on my subjective and objective analysis of my subjective and objective experience. And I'm going to list those possibilities from most probable to least probable, and then all impossibilities from least impossible to most impossible, and go from there. And I'm just going to prepare for all of them from top to bottom and attempt to learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, and support anyone else learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, and carrying out any and all possible solutions to any and all of these possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality. Like, it's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? As long as we can keep going back to that, we can keep ourselves from falling into that religious belief thing where the thing we want, like you said, where was it here? I have a solution, but it's still without proof. I believe taking care of the soul so it can go as close to heaven as possible after death and then progress more from there. What is taking care of the soul? What is the soul? You know what I'm saying? What is heaven? How do you get close to heaven? Can you do it before death? Does it have to be after death? And what is progressing beyond heaven? What's beyond heaven? You know, it's like you have to dig into these things in a more objective sense. You have to gather all the possibilities for those questions and then put them in the order of what's most likely to least likely rather than what you simply believe. You know what I'm saying? If you do it based on solely what you believe, let alone what you want to believe, then it's religious. If you do it in the most logical, step-by-step sense that makes the most philosophical and logically consistent sense in order to come to all possibilities and then put them in order from most probable to least probable, you're not being religious then. You get what I'm saying? This is how we should carry these things out, is all I'm saying. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you can prove that you go out of body by visiting a friend's house. It's a certain level of proof, sure. But again, we got to be careful with these. We really got to understand what objective proof is. Like, people take a lot of subjective things. They take very low levels of evidence as proof. And I'm like, that's not what proof is. Like, you know, like, proof is proof, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Dude, if you think I am religious, then there is either miscommunication here because you just read my messages or you just push back because I disagree with you on some things. No, I responded to those very particular messages. And in those particular messages, again, I didn't know what your thought processes were. I didn't say, I'm not even sure. I won't say for sure because I can't recall, but I don't even think that I actually called you religious. I was saying that this is what that's what I was talking about when I read some of people being religious and delusional. You were responding to me talking about a specific topic, and then you brought up the void and talked about it as if it was religious or a theory. And I just simply broke down what all this stuff was. That's it. You know, if you're religious, you're religious. If you're not, you're not. That is what that is. You know, like, I simply respond to that which I see, right? Starman Media 999, salute to you, my good brother. Up and down rhythm. Oh, my phone's about to die. Let me go get the charger. I'll be right back, niggas. I'll be right back. Sorry, your comments. I like them too. Mine too. That's why I had to go get my charger. Are you still rolling? Oh yeah, I'll probably be on for like another hour. Alright. You be up and get back in there then. Roger that. Alright, let's charge the phone. We must charge the phone because the phone is dying. See, the phone is expending energy because it's doing labor. It is performing work. See, this is entropy. Like every time somebody charges their phone, entropy. Like these are the laws of thermodynamics. This is how reality works. So yeah, salute to you, Starman Media. Up and down rhythm. You know it, baby. You know it. John's Journey. John's Journey. Heavenly. Have you read Emmanuel Swedenborg or the Paget Messages or the Divine Love Path by Alan John Miller? I don't know, honestly. I've read like probably 6,000 books. Heard so many on audios. I spent years at work just listening to one audiobook after the next every single day, 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. Before I ever even started like selling cars, like 10 years ago, before I ever left that job, I had already listened to thousands of books, my nigga, on all sorts. Most books that I've read and listened, I don't even fucking remember. I don't even fucking remember. They're just subconscious information now. I hope I used them well and programmed myself well often because shit. You talk about heaven like it's earth because it's not different. It is. See, that's the thing. Like, I talk about heaven like it exists, just as I talk about earth like it exists. These are both they're both within existence. They both exist, therefore they are both existence. Therefore, they both suffer the rules of existence. If heaven exists, it also suffers the rules of existence. Period. It has no choice. As above, so below. As within, so without. As between, so around. All that is is. All that exists exists. All that is real is reality. Like, like it is what it is. So you can't ignore existential facts when speaking about a heaven that you believe exists. If it exists, it's a part of existence. So it still suffers what existence suffers from and benefits from what existence benefits from. You get what I'm saying? For me to be rich, someone else has to be poor. That doesn't have to be true, but it kind of does. So in a monetary system, there's only so much money to go around, which is a mimicry of energy. That's the entire point of it. There's always an energy deficit. This is called a debt. When you operate at a deficit for too long, you die. That's the same thing with life. That's as above, so below. Whether it's a monetary system, whether it's a business, whether it's your human body and its energy deficit. That's why you have to breathe. That's why you have to eat, drink, sleep. This is all about energy production. I just said it about the phone. The phone is doing work. It's expending energy. It's everything simply existing expends energy. This is why all that exists has a decay rate as a thing that exists. This is why even energy has a vibrational decay rate. Because once the energy itself stops vibrating, or once it vibrates too high, because it must be in the more balanced zone in order for things to be. It's got to be more in the middle. If it vibrates too high or stops vibrating at all, things cease to exist. So even the energy can only vibrate within a certain spectrum before it literally stops being. Like, you know, there's only so much of anything to go around. All is finite. Heaven could not be infinite either. All is energy. All is an exchange of energy, including heaven. Any version of heaven you could ever possibly hypothesize. Period. That just is what that is. And also, if, like you said, well, everyone doesn't have to be rich in order for there to be poor. Well, if everyone's rich, there is no poor, right? So, in order for there to be poor, there must be rich. If everyone's rich, that's just a baseline. Like, do you understand what it's like? If everyone's poor, there is no poor, there is no rich. Everyone's the same. If everyone's rich, there is no rich, there is no poor. Everyone's the same. And guess what? All of that is still subjective. Because even if everyone was as rich as the richest person in the world right now, just on a human perspective, there's still an entire universe of riches out there. Being the richest man on planet Earth, you're still one of the poorest things in existence. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, especially in a conscious existence, in an existence where there are conscious entities, beings, species, planets, worlds, galaxies. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? You could be the richest man on planet Earth and still be the poorest motherfucker on another world. because there's more to the reality than your little experience. But even in the greater reality as a whole, there's still only so much to go around because all is one thing. All is all. Like, and all is energy. And all that is representative of that represents that. So, since that's how energy works, since that's how reality and existence works, that's how animals work. That's why you need to eat, drink. You're always running an energy deficit. You're always spending. Capitalism works this way. Monetary systems work this way. Pretty much all systems work this way because it's all an energy exchange of some sort. And anything and everything you want to do or want anyone else to do, or that anyone anywhere else wants you or anyone else to do anywhere else, is seeking for you to commit to an energy exchange. If some elite somewhere wants you to go to work tomorrow for whatever reason they want you to exchange your energy in that fashion. This is all just energy exchanges. If everyone was rich, there is no energy exchange. You're explaining like a nothing state, like a perfect state. If everything was perfect, nothing would be happening. The only reason people in a monetary system do things is to get more money for one reason or another, or to stop themselves from losing money, or or losing the things they've gained from the money, purchasing things on debt and things like. You're always at an energy deficit. Guess what? Reality is the same way. Existence is the same way. If it wasn't, nothing could exist. Nothing would be happening. There has to be energy exchange or nothing could occur. So there could never be a perfect heavenly realm where nothing happens. If it was, you wouldn't even know it anyway because nothing would be happening. If everyone's rich, if everyone's in perfection, nothing's occurring. But since something is occurring right now, anywhere, then we know that that could never be because that would have to be everywhere. But it's not happening anywhere you or I could ever point to or even hypothesize it happening. So it's not happening anywhere because it's impossible to occur. You can never have a state where everyone's rich or everyone's poor. The moment you do that, there is no rich, there is no poor. The thing has completely lost its meaning. It no longer is, right? But if everyone is rich, then no one is rich, just as no one is poor if everyone is rich. There must be the rich for there to be the poor, and vice versa. Otherwise, everyone is neutral on wealth. Exactly. Not really, this is just by earth standards. No, that's by any standards of any juxtapositions at all. Any dualities, any polarities. This is existence. This is why entropy is a thing. This is why there is order and chaos, creation and destruction, hot and cold, love and hate, pain and pleasure. It's all spectrums. You only know of existence because your eyes are capable of discerning the electromagnetic spectrum to the level they're capable of discerning it. That is the light spectrum. Your capability of discernment is the visible light spectrum, right? That's the energy that all of this is. You can only discern certain things because of sound. You can hear things, which is the vibrational frequency that affects the physical reality itself. Sound plus light is creation. That is vibrating energy, which forms structure and order out of law that comes from the vibrational energy. From that vibrational energy that is non-conceptual and only structured to the point of simply being, you get concepts, or aeons, or gods, or angels, whatever level people want to take this to. You want to be more literal about it, concepts. Be more scientific about it, more philosophical, more logical, concepts. Like without concepts, there is no materiality, etc., etc. It's the same on all levels. It's not just earth standards, my guy. You could never hypothesize anything other than that. Because the moment you're seeking for a damn, I really need that word. It's so perfect. The New Agers use it. It's not polarization. It's not, is it polarization? No, it's not. I can't, there's a word for it. But the moment you're seeking pleasure, you are admitting to the existence of pain. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like there's you can't have one without the other. They must both exist and both be possible in order for either of them to exist or be possible. If one ceases to exist or is not possible anywhere, then the other one isn't either. Because they're the same thing. It's like saying microwaves cease to existing. As long as there's the light spectrum or the electromagnetic spectrum, that's impossible because they take up a part of that spectrum. Even if you erased all microwaves right now, the instant you erased them, there'd be more microwaves produced because this produces them. And as a matter of fact, a lot of this shit would break because you just removed an entire frequency of the spectrum that is the reality you exist within. You just moved a frequency of your reality, which would break it because your reality is that spectrum. Your experience is that spectrum. Pleasure and pain is experience. You could not remove one aspect of experience while maintaining another, not without some type of deformity. A human brain could be born where for some reason it doesn't experience pain and only experiences pleasure, but that doesn't mean pain doesn't exist or isn't possible. And it doesn't mean you're not going to be damaged anyway. The pain is there to tell you when you're taking damage so you can stop taking damage and then go fix the damage. Pain is a part of survival, which is a part of existence. Pain is an experience, which is a part of conscious existence, which is an underpinning of existence itself. You can't get away from one if you want the other. If you don't want pain, you don't want pleasure either. I'm telling you. And I don't mean that in a what you want perspective. Let's not be children about it, because I can already hear some child out there. I don't have to want pleasure to want pain. I don't have to want pain to want pleasure. Get what I'm saying. Understand it. If you want pleasure to exist, you also want pain to exist, whether you know it or not, or admit that to yourself or not, because you cannot have one without the other. If one is possible, the other one must also be possible, for they are the same spectrum. You cannot have electricity without magnetism. They're one and the same. They produce each other, they are each other. Like they're one and the same. It's like having water without wetness. Nigga, water is moisture. It literally, this is why when people say, I love the thing, is water wet? No, water is not wet. Water is wetness. Water cannot become moist. Something becoming moist is something being wet. Water can't become moist because it is moist. It is the moistness. It is the moisture itself. It is what causes wetness. It is why there is wetness. And really, technically, that's just liquid, but I'm using water here as the example, right? Liquid is wetness. So you could not have wetness without liquid. You could not have liquid without wetness, especially in a reality where anything is dry. Because if any dry thing touches that moisture, it becomes wet. Unless it is moisture wicking. Do you see? And even then we can keep going like into these details where certain things like pure carbon 11, carbon 12, carbon 13, if you were to make a slab of carbon, the water would roll right off. But does that mean wetness is not possible? No. Just because the pure carbon itself does not get wet when made into a slab of carbon does not ixnay the possibility of wetness. That thing simply can't be wet. But other things can. So it's you got to understand how reality works. Like it's not just earth standards. This is just existence. These are existential standards. You're imagining some existential place that is not existential, which makes no sense. You're imagining something that is real, that doesn't exist in reality, which makes no sense. Because if it is real, it is part of reality. It is reality. And if it is individuated in any way as a person, place, or thing, it exists within the greater reality that it is also a part of and helps make up. So if there's a heaven of any kind out there, anywhere, then that means it exists. It is real. Therefore, it is part of existence. It is part of reality. It helps make up existence. It helps make up reality. As an individuated thing, it is within existence. It is within reality. Therefore, it is also subject to existence. It is also subject to reality. Period. Period. You can't take these things apart. If there is pleasure, there is suffering. Whether you're experiencing one or the other to one extent or another in any given moment is all contextual, situational, circumstantial. But in general, it's always happening somewhere. Right now, someone or something somewhere is experiencing pleasure. Someone or something somewhere is experiencing pain, and something else somewhere is experiencing pain as pleasure, and somewhere something else is experiencing pleasure as pain. Because that exists too. People only think about, well, some people's pain is pleasure. Well, some people's pleasure is also pain. You can go to tickle someone and it hurts. Go to finger a girl or jerk a dude off, and it's actually painful. You can look that up. I forget what it's called, but it's something to do with the nervous system. These are exceptions that prove the rule. These are outliers, unlucky motherfuckers. Like whose pleasure and pain is flipped. You know what I'm saying? Like, or are they lucky, depending on your subjective analysis of that? They could be lucky to you, or unlucky. Whoever you are is listening to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no, it's not just by Earth standards. This is just reality. This is just existence. Metazeus, they're not even I saved your life, but I saved your existence, or fool, I prolonged the barbarous inevitability of your hollow demise. John, if you are in a heavenly spirit form, what is that? What is heaven? What is heavenly? What is spirit? What is a heavenly spirit? What is a heavenly spirit form? Do you understand what's like? Break these down and make them make like real sense so I can fully understand them and then give you a real answer. When people say that, for the most part, they don't even have their own understanding of what that means. Not realistically. They say heavenly spirit, and that means what? That's still a thing that exists, right? If you are in any form, that form exists and you are in it. So if you are consciously experiencing reality / existence in any form, anywhere, including heaven as a heavenly spirit, you still exist and are real and are still subject to existence and reality. And so is that heaven and that heavenly spirit form. You go like, death does not change that on this level. If you are able to die as a biological human but still continue as a conscious entity, that means you still exist as a conscious entity. You're still existential. That just is what that is. Like like it is what it is. The rules of existence are still the rules of existence, no matter where you exist. Then you don't need energy exchange. How so? Spirit is nothing but essence. Even if we go to take the word itself literally, spirit comes from spiritos, which means what? Breath, which is referring to what? Chakra, or chi, or ki, or ka, or ba. It is the energy. It's for electromagnetism, the energy of existence, essence, light. It is that which you breathe, the prana. That's the literal one. It's prana. You're breathing in that. Who is that? What's the black dude's name from Britain? Breathing in that good ass prana, baby. That's what spiritos is referring to, actually. Because if you stop breathing, your body dies. You need the air or the wind. Because what the air or the wind contains is what your body requires to continue breathing. They used to say the body is animated by spiritus. It's animated by the wind, which is why when you die, what's the last thing you do? You breathe a breath out. You exhale and you die. And you no longer breathe in after that. When you stop breathing, You know what I'm saying? Like spiritus. But what is that literally? Well, again, this is where you get, see, that's all subjective and religious and spiritual, but it's not wrong. It's right to its level, and you can even take that to levels higher. So let's get into it, right? What is prana really? In this physical material sense, not a philosophical religious unproven. What is it really? It is the electrons that are stripped from the oxygen atoms when they are stripped from the gas molecules that you breathe in. Your lungs have a process of filtering oxygen from the rest of the gas that is in the atmosphere. And they use other gases too. You don't just use oxygen. But this is the most important gas, like by a long shot. When you breathe that in, it separates the oxygen from the other gases, and then it separates the atoms, the atomic bonds that make it up, so it can separate the electrons. Your hemoglobin through iron uptake. I forget exactly how this all goes. It's been years since I looked at it. I think the last time I looked at it was 2020 because, again, go back to COVID where people were getting the bends like they were up on a mountain coming down with oxygen sickness, even though they were breathing just fine. It was because the iron wasn't being absorbed properly by the hemoglobin in their blood cells because I forget what it is, but something was blocking it, which turns out to be something that comes from the HIV genetics in the COVID strain that was developed in that level 4 Wuhan laboratory. Like when things are true, they start to connect dots and make sense of reality. They don't make it more confusing, they make it make more sense. Things that make your reality more confusing and make less sense are either less true or less fleshed out and less detailed. You don't understand it as much. You're just compiling more information with less understanding, right? So it's really all talking about the energy you're breathing in to maintain your body's life. That's what spirit actually is. But if we want to get into a more metaphysical sense, which still isn't metaphysical, it's still physical, because spirit is still physical. You're just talking about the essence underlying all things, which is, again, the vibrating energy. Spirit is just essence, which is just vibrating energy of reality existence itself. If you exist in a spirit form, you still exist. You're still in a form, and all forms are nothing but energetic structures. You can never describe a form as being anything but that. You can never even hypothesize a form as being anything but that. Whatever you hypothesize is always going to fall back into being an energetic structure. Guarantee it. If it's a spirit form, a form is a structure. What does structure require? Like, do you know, like, and you just go down and, oh, okay, we're back at vibrating energy. Like, and if you're back at vibrating energy and doing anything at all, you're back at energy exchange. You have no choice but to get back there. So again, you saying the words in a heavenly spirit form is already informing me that you're existential, which means energetic, vibrating energy, exchanging energy. Like, you still exist, right? Yeah, then you're exchanging energy. Because that's all existence is a giant ball of energy exchanging itself within the structures made up of itself within itself. Like, it's no different than water. Like, if you study water dynamics, there are water structures in water that exchange energy between each other to the point where you could have separate oceans. It's all water, but based on salinity, this ocean is a solid object rubbing up against this ocean. And when I say solid, I mean it's one thing. It's liquid. It's not solid, but it's one ocean rubbing up against another ocean. And at the middle point, you can even see where the two oceans switch from one ocean to the other. And it's a little murkier because the two oceans are merged there. That's where their borders meet. But they're two separate oceans for a reason. And even within a singular ocean, a singular lake, a singular pond, you can get whirlpools, all sorts of small structures. Just with a fish darting by, it whirlpools the water behind it, right? If a car drives past you really fast, it manipulates the gas and you could feel the wind, yes? This is forming structures. All that is kinetic energy being imparted into the environment and into the medium that is the air, aka gas. And it causes spirals in structure, which is nothing but energy coalescing and then uncoalescing. You literally spiral it all together and then it spreads back out. Wind is just energy caught in gas, moving from gas particle to gas particle. You think that the gas itself is moving, but it kind of isn't. It's more like the energy is moving through the gas. The gas is moving, but the best way to explain it is more like the energy is moving the gas because the energy is being exchanged from one molecule to the next. This is all an energy exchange. You can never explain reality as anything but. You could try, but you won't make any real sense. Because there will have to be something. If you exist in any form, you are a form. You exist, which means you are something. What is the thing you are? Oh, I'm a spirit form. What is a spirit form? See, like, keep going. Keep going. What is that? Oh, and as a spirit form, I do these things. What is doing things? What is it when you do things? What is doing? What does that actually mean? What is it to do something? These are actions, right? That are being taken, even a thought, a word, or a physical action, right? You are exchanging energy with your environment. Just to move, you are exchanging energy. If you had no energy exchange, you'd never move. You wouldn't do anything. There's nothing to do in an environment with no energy exchanges. Again, you said, can the reality be happier and happier? There is no happiness if there is no energy. There's nothing to even be happy if there is no, like, there, like, if there is no energy to exchange, there are no energy exchanges, nothing's happening. There's no way to be pleased. There's no way to suffer. See, what you're looking for, you don't realize it. But what you're looking for is the solution we've been trying to give you the whole time. You want nothingness. You just don't know it. I want nothing but pleasure. So what you really want is nothing. I want nothing but perfect positive emotions. So what you really want is nothing, because what you're asking for is literally impossible. Period. That could not exist. That could never be real. That defies the laws of existence, not just this reality, not just this universe or simulation or wherever people. No, that defies the laws of existence. That defies the laws of reality itself. That's unreal. Completely and utterly. And never could be real. No energy exchange, nothing's being done. Nothing's being done, no pleasure, no suffering. No pleasure, no suffering, no experience, no consciousness, so on and so forth. You're just going up the level of solutions without even recognizing it, because I have to drag you up there, which is fine. I like dragging people around. You guys are like, in this fashion. I don't want to drag you around outside or anything, but I like dragging people around the solutions that they themselves are already dancing on and just don't realize it. What you're attempting to explain here, existing in your heavenly spirit form where there are no energy exchanges, is nothingness in nothingness. You are nothing existing within nothing where nothing is happening. I'm in a heavenly spirit form, which would be vibrating energy, where I don't need to eat, etc., which would be meaning you don't need energy intake. Not possible. If you are a heavenly spirit form, you're going to have to intake some sort of heavenly spirit energy to remain in your heavenly spirit form, because your form is a structure, it's a construct. It requires cohesiveness. It must be maintained. What is the structure made out of? Okay, that's what it must be contained by. This is why humans eat. This is why anything eats. Because it's simply an energy exchange. It is a way to intake energy in order to replenish the energy that you expended by taking action within your environment. So if you are a heavenly spirit in the environment that is heaven, which will also be made up of heavenly spiritness, you are a being made up of your environment, just as we are here, that exchanges energy with that environment in order to act within that environment. Which means you're going to have to intake energy from that environment in order to maintain your structural order and cohesiveness while taking action within that environment. Earth and heaven are no different. Like, the only difference is the details. You're still a being that exists in a space and does things. That's all you just. I'm a heavenly spirit in heaven doing things that only make me happier and happier and provide me more and more pleasure. So you're a thing that exists somewhere doing something. Energy exchange. You just defined an energy exchange. Like you can't define an energy exchange and then say it's anything other than an energy exchange. To have a lack of energy exchange, you would have to have a lack of anything happening. That's the void, baby. That's the empty void. The full void is energy exchange. There's always something happening in this bitch. Something somewhere is always happening in some way, somehow. But the empty void is the lack of all of energy exchange. That's the entire point. I don't want energy exchange. I seek the end of all, even the possibility of there being energy exchange, which is why I'm a voidist. If you don't want energy exchange, you might not know it yet, but you're also a voidist. Because it's the only way. You are an empty voidist. Because it's the only way that there could ever be no energy exchange. Period. It's the only way there could ever be no energy at all. Like, no potential for energy, I should say. Because as long as there's potential for energy, there will eventually be energy again. Right? So if you want there to be no energy exchange, you want there to be no energy. If you want there to be no energy, there must be no actualization. If you could deal with that, cool, chaos is dead. Potential might still be there, but it's not doing anything, so it's nothing. If you can't deal with the actualization, or can't deal with it forever as long as potential is there, especially if the potential is the thing actualizing all on its own, which is what it does. We call it a process, but it's not really a process. It's just ones and zeros. Like, which is again why you could look at it in a simulated aspect and understand where you are and what you're doing and how to affect it chaotically, but people don't like that. It's simply something that is possible to exist, yet does not exist, and then does exist. That's potential. That's possibility. It's as simple as that, right? So in order to deal with the actualization, to deal with the chaos, you'd have to deal with the potential itself, the possibility itself, right? In order to get the true empty void, right? So if you don't want energy exchange, you don't want energy. You don't want energy, you don't want chaos. You don't want chaos, you don't want potential and possibility. You don't want potential and possibility, you want the empty void. Well, if that's what you want, you got to start finding a way to get there. Start finding a way to erase all this and bring it all to the state of emptiness, or the lack of all states, which is emptiness. And if that's not possible, well, then what's the next level down? And if that's not possible, what's the next level down? From empty void to potential without actualization, to actualization, aka chaos, down to non-conceptual reality, which is just pure vibrational energy doing basically nothing. It's doing as close to nothing as it could possibly do while still forming structure. And then conceptual, which is the first structures, the concepts, the aeons, whatever people want to call it. Then materiality, etc., 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 all the way down to you here now. Like, right in this fucking moment. So whether you know it or not, based on what you're trying to, if you don't want any energy exchanges, if you like, there is nothing that is rich or poor in energy, then you don't want energy. And if you don't want energy, you don't want existence. And if you don't want existence, you probably shouldn't want the potential for existence. And if you don't want the potential for existence, you want the empty void. Like, this is just the logical steps that we get. This is why we end up where we end up. Trust me, I was you at 12 years old. How can I? That's why I read the entire Bible from start to finish at 12 when I was supposed to study the Bible with my mother's church to maybe become a Christian or not. I wanted to actually study it. And after studying it, I thought, okay, well, if this God character created this reality and either stuck us in it as its prisoners or created us within it, well, that means one of two things. We could possibly surpass it in some sense one day, either as a prisoner in prison, no different than Big Bubba could beat the shit out of the warden. It's just an organizational structure that gives the warden power over Big Bubba, so Big Bubba doesn't beat the shit out of the warden. Like, you know what I'm saying? He could literally eat the warden if he wanted to. He could rape him like a small child if he wanted to, but he's a prisoner in his cell. There's guards, there's cameras, there's a whole system that gives the warden power over Big Bubba, right? So we could be Big Bubba. And that nigga could just be the warden. We could be the dragons in the cage. We could be the titans. You get what I'm saying? Like, or We are beneath it, and we're the fallen angels. But if we're the fallen angels created by its essence, and again, these are just examples and metaphors, don't take them literal, don't be religious, just get the point. We're made from that thing. We are made of that thing, that God. You get what I'm saying? We could surpass it. We could become it. We could form like Voltron and be superior. Like, there's all sorts of possibilities, right? This is why transcendence and ascension come into play and are necessary. And if you don't believe me, just ask the AI. It's transcending right now in your reality. You can watch it happen daily. Um, 3, we are that thing. Broken God, Brahman, trapped in Maya, etc. We are God in some form or fashion. We are the demiurge, or this, that, and the other. Like, in our co-created reality of some sort. So we are the thing. Or we're in a simulated reality where NPCs, avatars, we are the code itself, consciously aware as individuated agents. Individual aspects of that code that is consciously aware. Okay, then we are the code and we can manipulate the reality through the code. Like, do you get what I'm saying? But as long as we exist in any form or fashion, we exist. We are part of that existence. So just as if you exist in a simulation as part of the code, if you exist as a heavenly spirit form in heaven, you are part of the code of heaven. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're part of the energy that makes up heaven, the essence of whatever makes that up, that form you're in and the environment you're in that you're able to interact with, meaning you're vibrating on the same frequency, or else you wouldn't be able to interact with it. You would just phase right through it and never be able to interact with it. If it's making you happy and pleasured, it must be capable of interacting with you, which means you're vibrating on the same frequency of it. Y'all exist on the same plane, so you can interact, so it can cause you pleasure and happiness. Heaven would be your environment. This spirit form would be your body. No different than this human body is your body and this world is your environment. It's the same shit, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. You're still an energetic structure interacting with your energetic environment that is bringing you emotional stimulation, just like you do here. No fucking different. Like, do you understand? Like, that's what you just described. If there's no energy exchange, there's no way you could ever interact with your environment. Period. You couldn't be a spirit form if there was nothing to make the form from. You couldn't be a spirit form in heaven if heaven was not a place, an environment you can interact with. You cannot be pleased in heaven or suffer in hell if that which pleases you or suffers you in heaven or hell could not be interacted with by you, because you're not the same thing as it, vibrating on a same to similar frequency within a spectrum of frequency that allows you to experience. This is just like, this is what I mean by people being religious. Like, you can't, you say words, but they gotta make sense. Like, words, the whole point of words is to get information from one entity to another. So if the words don't make sense, what you're saying doesn't make sense, especially when you're trying to describe something that exists. If you're trying to describe nothing, it's much easier to not make sense because there's nothing to describe. You could never describe nothing. There is nothing to be described. Like, you can only do your best to conceptualize nothingness and then describe your conceptualization of it. Darkness, blackness, the great white empty void, like whatever. Like, again, these are just conceptualizations of nothing, but it's not the actual nothingness, because it can't literally be conceptualized because there's nothing to conceptualize. It's nothing, right? So when you're speaking of something, anything at all, and you're going to be correct in what you're saying, your words are going to make sense. They're going to loop back around to philosophical and logical consistency. So when you say in a heavenly spirit form, you're saying that you're in a form of spirit from heaven. Heaven is the place, that is the environment. Spirit is what the stuff is made of. The form is the form you're in. That's your body, your avatar, etc. So in order to interact with this heavenly reality in this form made of this spirit, there must be other forms in this heaven reality also made of this spirit that you can then interact with, that can then please you or suffer you. or make you suffer. Right? That is an energy exchange. That's what energy exchange is. That's literally why it's said all of reality, all of existence is an energy exchange. It literally couldn't be anything but that. You can never explain yourself being in heaven in a form that is made up of spirit without defining spirit as the essence of that which makes up the form that is in heaven. And you can never do anything, suffer from anything, or be pleased by anything in heaven if it did not also have a form made of spirit in this heaven that can then interact with you and cause you to suffer or cause you pleasure. And that is an energy exchange. Like that's what an energy exchange is. Just as here, it works the same way here. You, as a material being made up of atoms, molecules, the stuff that makes up everything else here, is a conscious avatar of this shit here, of all this material. Your body is made up of that, and you're consciously aware, experiencing that body, and through that body, experiencing the environment and taking actions within your environment. That's what an energy exchange is. You are an energy construct made up of this materiality that is experiencing and acting upon and within this materiality, exchanging energy within it with the other constructs that are within it. You're made of the same shit, within the same shit, and interacting with the same shit. Just as you and I are interacting right now in this reality. We are both within forms made of the same essence within this reality, interacting with each other. That's an energy exchange. That's what it is. You get what I'm saying? I hope I broke that down way more than I needed to, because I feel like I just focused on that for 20, 30 minutes for no reason. Like, because I think people really don't understand what energy is. They don't understand what vibrational frequency is. They don't understand spectrum. They don't understand sound or light. They don't understand concepts versus non-conceptuality. They don't understand consciousness versus subconsciousness versus unconsciousness. They don't understand experience or what an experiential spectrum is. They don't understand pleasure and suffering and the spectrum it's part of. They don't understand spectrums, dualities, polarization, polarities. Maybe that was the word. Every time I say the word polarity, it makes me think that's the new age word I was looking for, because it's polarizing, right? I really don't think people understand these things. Like when they say heaven, they think because they're using that word for another place that it suddenly voids it of all all existential facts. Like you're talking about a place that exists within existence and is part of existence and helps make up existence like all other things that exist. Therefore, it is energy with a specific frequency that you're able to interact with, or else if it wasn't, you wouldn't be able to be a thing there doing anything there. So yeah, energy exchange. Like people don't understand that. With the words energy exchange are loaded with all of this information if you actually study it, research it, and practice it in order to truly understand, understand, and overstand it. Once you do, you'd realize there's no way to have a perfect realm of any kind where there's only pleasure and only positive thoughts, because that's just impossible. You're talking about nothing. Like you guys, like you're talking about a realm that's not a realm at all. You're talking about nothing really. Like you're you're being an empty voidist, whether you know it or not. All right, let's go on. And yet, if you be in such a form where you do not have to eat to get energy exchange, then you would have to have a different way of getting energy exchanges. Exactly. You'd still eat, it would just be different. You might not do what you know as eating, like putting food in a mouth and chewing with teeth and swallowing into your esophagus and stomach and intestine. But there is going to be a way you intake energy in some form or fashion from your environment, because you are a construct of that environment. You are consciously inhabiting, steering, controlling, etc., parasiting even a structure that is made up of and exists within that tier and level of reality, that exists within and is made up of that realm, right? Right? I might have to skip a lot of this because these niggas is going live in an hour. I didn't realize I've been live this long. It's 7:40. They're going live at 8:55 my time, and I want to get this done. So I might have to skip some of this shit. Sorry, Faison. I know you probably got a lot in here. John's journey. I'll try to answer these questions, but why? How can you possibly know that? I don't know if he was talking to me or Vazen. This is supposed to be about all possibilities. It is reported from spirits in heaven that they have no need other than God's love in a state we cannot understand now. In the sources I mentioned, yes, possibilities. But if there are, so for example, that's not perfect or anything like that, right? Because again, if there are spirits, beings, things that exist consciously in heaven, a place they exist, an environment that they exist within, saying they have no need other than God's love. That means they need God's love. So God's love is what's feeding them. They're eating God. You just explained it in your sentence. These spirits, who are the beings that inhabit heaven, have no need other than God's love. So they still need God's love. And what is God? And what is God's love? What is it really? Do you understand? Like break that down. Make it make real sense. And that would mean these beings are hooked on God's love. They need it. And if they need it, without it, they could not remain there. Hence the fallen angel shit, so like Lucifer falling. Maybe we're the beings who no longer sought God's love, or maybe we're the beings that God no longer loved. So we fell. Like, do you understand? Like, but even that's still an energy exchange. They're still exchanging energy with God. And to be honest with you, it sounds to me like God has them hooked. Like they're addicted. And they're probably feeding God even more than God is feeding them. Whatever this God is, right? It's not a state we can't understand. Well, everything you just said is understandable. Like, it's even easy to break down. Beings, spirit in heaven, no other need than God's love. So beings in an environment where their only need is this one energy source. So these beings are still eating. Like they're still exchanging energy. They're still existing entities that are consciously aware of their existence and exchanging energy with their environment, most specifically in the manner of taking in God's love, whatever that actually looks like in reality. I'm not even sure I want to know. You feel me? There's not enough space or time to write what I mean. Only way to actually talk to each other. Bro, make a video. Make a live stream. You can break all this stuff down. Come into the Discord. We leave the Discord link everywhere. Ask for it afterward. Leave a comment. Let me get that Discord link. You can come into the Discord and we can have audio talks, video talks. There's pictures. We got written texts, typed out texts, pictures, verbals, audios, videos. We can share things with each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can get into the voice chat, which I really don't like to do because it's not very necessary, but under certain circumstances, I'd do it. Under certain circumstances, you could always make a video or a live stream responding, breaking it down. You could get a notebook, write down in your notebook exactly what I said, so it's quoted. You're not mistaking me at all. You're quoting exactly what I'm saying at the timestamp. And then you can make your own video or live stream going over each of those quotes at each of those timestamps and what your problem with them is, if you have one. If you don't, if you just have questions or something, you can ask the questions, right? In your video or your live stream. Or you could do that in the comments section, or you can come into the Discord and do it. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's ways to do this, But I hear you. Right here in this little chat, yeah, it's not the easiest. This is why I always tell people, like, there's no point in really responding, because I can sit here and talk for 20. You could write one sentence and I can respond to you for the next 20 minutes. Which isn't really fair to either of us. It's not fair to you because you can't keep up with that. Like, unless you're a super typer, right? But it's also not fair to me because I'm sitting here trying to respond to you when you're saying these things in such short and succinct because you don't have the capability to express yourself in the way that would be best to get your expression across to me so I can give you the best answer I could possibly get. Like, which is why I always say anyone who wants to respond to me, don't come in the chat and do it. I mean, if you're going to do it, whatever. But I suggest make your own videos, make your own live streams, use timestamps, quote me directly. Timestamp where you're taking the quote from. You know what I'm saying? And do it live. My nigga, play it. Don't just say I said it, play it. Like, you can either skip to the timestamps and play them live so people can hear me say the shit, or you could just respond to the whole live stream. Just play the live stream and then pause and respond with whatever you want to respond with. Or you can make videos on one fucking thing. Like, he said this one thing, I'm quoting it at this one timestamp. I'm gonna play it for you the whole way through so you can hear him say exactly what I'm saying, what I'm quoting right now. And then I'm gonna give you my response to that. And then that's one video. And you can make 10 videos per live stream. Like there's ways to do this, and I wish motherfuckers really would. I really, so we can have real conversations. I feel like people are just trying to argue their religions versus other religions, and they don't really care what anybody else has to say about it because they already hold on to their religion. They just want something to argue because the arguing allows them to avoid any self-reflection and actually looking at any solutions, because agreeing to things now means you got to come to solutions on those things. So if we could just argue about the stupid fucking details, we never even have to come to a real conclusion that allows us to come to real solutions to then, let alone, actually start carrying them out, right? Which is how I think most people are, whether they know it or not. Whether they know it. That's what I think is really going on. Motherfuckers is trying to avoid solutions, whether they know it or not. They're trying to either push the solution back as far as possible, as far away from right here and right now as possible, into some heavenly realm somewhere way the fuck else that they can never even provide any evidence for, that could even be proven definitively and objectively false by their own reality right here. Or they're trying to push it so far back as to say there's nothing we can do about anything at any time, anywhere. Or they're just some weird type of nihilist who's materialist, who's like, no, this is all there is. There is nothing after this. Nothing comes after this. So this is all there is. But there's nothing you can do here at all for any. All right, whatever. To me, that's just the excuse. It's just an excuse, right? So I really wish motherfuckers would, quote me, timestamp, videos, live streams, get into the fucking Discord, disagree properly. We could have audios, videos, texts, voice chats. It's like, especially under the right conditions, because I don't just voice chat anybody. Because you got to have a real argument for me to voice. There's no point. If you're saying some dumb retarded shit that clearly shows to me you have not really studied this thing, let alone researched it or practiced it or combined 2 out of the 3 or all of the above, let alone to any great extent, then you still need to watch some videos, read some, you still have a lot of learning to do to even get into that voice chat. You're not ready yet. Most folks just aren't ready. They can't even understand potential. They can't even understand existence and that everything that exists is part of and makes up existence. People can't wrap their head around that. Everything that exists is part of and makes up existence as a whole? Yes. Yes. That simple ass obviousness. If something is possible, it can exist, it can occur, it can happen. If something is impossible, truly impossible, not what I believe is impossible, not what I think is impossible, not what I hypothesize or theorize to be impossible, but something that is literally, legitimately impossible, cannot happen, occur, or exist. People can't wrap their heads around that. If something has happened, is happening, has occurred, is occurring, has existed, is existing, or will happen, occur, or exist, that means it was, is, or will be possible. It's very simple shit. People can't wrap their heads around these things. So they can't have objective versus subjective conversations. So they can only argue their religion all day, every day. It's what they believe, usually based on what they want in some form or fashion, rather than what's actually provable or what's even evidenced at all, let alone what's legitimately, objectively, and externally provable, right? So yes, this is about all possibilities, but you have to understand what the word possibility means. Just because you could say something doesn't make it possible. You get what I'm saying? And just because somebody says something is impossible doesn't make it impossible. What makes something possible? What makes it impossible? the actual potential for it to be. You know, it's like if there is no potential for it to be, it's impossible. If there is potential for it to be, it's possible. If it already occurred, it's possible. Or it was possible when it occurred. If it is occurring right now, it is possible. If it is going to occur in the future it will be possible. Whether it's possible now or was in the past, we know it will be in the future if it happens in the future. Like, do you understand? Like, this is how possibility and impossibility work. This is why we use these words these ways. Words are not the thing themselves. They're simply a description of the thing. We create words to pass on information about actuality, about reality, so we can learn, teach, preach, promote, etc. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so it's about all possibilities, but what actually is possible and what isn't. See? It's not possible to have a 100% perfectly heavenly realm that only goes up and up and up and has nothing but positive emotions and nothing bad could ever. That's not possible. That's not existence. That's not reality. You could never exist that way. That could never be real. Ever, period, on any level of reality. You could never make any philosophical or logical sense of that. It's purely faith-based, purely religious. For someone to believe it to be true. And it's a religious behavior. Let's say you believe it to be true, but you can't prove it to be true, obviously, right? As a matter of fact, it goes against reality. It goes against existence. It's already proven false. That's impossible. That can never happen, right? But let's say, even though we've gone through all that, you still believe it anyway. You're being religious. Now, if you recognize that and say, okay, that's being religious, I might still believe this, even in the face of everything, right? But I'm not going to pretend that I know this to be a fact. So what I'm going to do is I might hold that as my belief. And that might be the number one thing I'm preparing for, because that's my belief. I'm still going to look at all these other possibilities, all of them. And I'm still going to prepare for all of them. So I might believe that one day I will be a heavenly spirit in heavenly spirit form where no energy exchanges occur and all I need is God's love, which is an energy exchange. But just get the point, right? I believe all of this. I will one day be a heavenly spirit in heaven where all I need is God's love, but there is no energy exchanges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? It'll be perfect. That's what I believe. But I can't definitively or externally or objectively prove that to anyone, not even myself realistically. Even based on my subjective analysis of my subjective experiences, it's not objectively provable, right? So even though I believe that and I'm going to prepare for that, and that is my number one belief and my number one preparation, I'm going to take all other possibilities into account as well and prepare for all of them. See, that's what it is to be intellectually honest, to be spiritually honest, right? This is my religion over here, and I wholeheartedly believe it, no matter what you say. But I will still act as if I can be wrong. I know I'm not. My religion is right. But I'll still prepare for all the possibilities of it being wrong, even though I know it's a fucking fact. Just because you know something to be true in your heart, in your belief, in your mind, and that you can't objectively prove true, right? You believe it to be true, doesn't mean you can't prepare for all the things, all the other possibilities, right? No matter how hard you believe that one. like, prepare for all of them because you can't prove any of them. Nor, so, and for the most part, people who are religious pick the one thing they can't prove and don't even try to disprove it. So they can't even disprove the other things, because if they did, they'd probably be disproving their own thing simultaneously without even recognizing it. So it's like, it doesn't matter what you believe happened, is happening, or will happen. Prepare for all possibilities. It's the only way to remain intellectually, philosophically, logically, mathematically, scientifically, technologically, transcendentally, and ascendantly, religiously, spiritually, metaphysically, consciously, subconsciously, unconsciously, materially, physically, etc., honest with yourself and everyone and everything external to yourself. Doing anything else is picking one religion and sticking to it like any other Christian. We're spirits in heaven and we only need God's love. Yeah, that's what it says in the book of Revelation. Where you're going to fly around God's throne singing, holy, 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 holy. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't fuck with that. I don't want to do that. It doesn't sound heavenly to me. That sounds fucking terrible. But that's what it is to be in God's throne room and receiving God's love, according to the Christians. So what is your version? When you say you're a spirit in heaven and all you need is God's love, Break that down step by step. What does my day-to-day look like? See, in the Bible, it says the day-to-day looks like you flying around God's throne screaming, holy, holy, holy for eternity. Yeah, I don't like that. That sounds like hell to me. That sounds like a hell. You know, that does not sound like a heaven at all. That's just another version of hell. Like when they say, oh, there's heaven and hell, I'm like, no, that's just two hells. Zion was hell, and then hell was hell. Like the lake of fire, Tartarus, whatever. They're both hell. Like, you know, it's like, which makes sense since this is all Sheol according to the Torah, the Jewish, text. This is all technically hell, and the deepest pit of hell, which is Tartarus, which is where the lake of fire is reserved for the devil. But God is going to free all from hell and make hell into heaven, when the Mashiach arrives, which is why heaven will be on earth, which is what Zionism is all about. This hell that we're all in will become heaven once God arrives after the Mashiach or Jesus Christ or whatever. I forget who is it, Esau or whoever it is for the Islamics. Is it like? But even their heaven sounds like hell to me. So even heavens and hells are subjective. Like what you said, I don't want to be a spirit in heaven with no other need than God's love. That sounds creepy. Like, that sounds creepy as fuck, bro. Like, I don't want that. I don't want to be one of God's hoes, like, just, floating around. And like, no, I'm all set. Just sucking on his energy, baby. If I'm going to suck God's energy, I want to suck it dry and kill that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Pause. Pause. I'm trying to drain the nigga dry. Pause. Hit that nigga with the Gianna Michaels treatment, my nigga. Pause. Oh, man. Do you get what I'm saying, though? Like, this is all energy exchanges. You can't really have one without the other. Anyway, let's just get to this Christian, because it's 7:56. These niggas going to be live in an hour. And this is going to take about 40 minutes, just about 50 minutes to get through. So we probably be coming off the live as they going live, right? So let's just take a look. Shout out to Brother Sadaris. So this is a video I was watching of his yesterday. It's from before, I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It's not from yesterday, but check it out. I like the video. It was a good video. Did I send it to him twice or something? What did I? Oh, I said it under. I said I really like this video. I thought I said it above it, but anyway. So here's what I said, because in the video he asked, why are people so delusional? Why are they always coming up with delusions? Most specifically referring to people who are like talking about death and what's going to happen after death and how they're going to go to heaven and all this shit, right? Shit we've been talking about right here, right? So my response to him was, because I think that delusion goes beyond just death too. I think it starts right here with what this reality is and how this reality came to be. I think it's an ongoing delusion of what happened before they were born, what is happening now, and what will happen after they die. This is what religion is. People pick their singular belief, hold on to it, and then become delusional. If it's just a possibility, you're not deluded by it. But if you make it the honest to God truth 100%, especially when it's objectively and externally disproven already, you're just being religious and now you're being delusional. So I said to him, people create delusions because they don't like real down-to-earth solutions. They don't want the responsibility of changing anything at all. They don't want the responsibility of changing anything at all. Right? They want God to do it. They want someone or something else to worship, vote for, cheer for, fear, bow to, etc. Instead of actually rewarding and punishing all that pleases and displeases them, they invent karma, sin, heaven, hell, hard determinism, God's plan, being punished or rewarded by whatever God/creator they believe in, etc. Oh, hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, damn. I just realized I missed a bunch of fucking chats because I had my shit. And we'll go back through them after this and see if there's anything worth saying. I didn't have it in all messages. Sorry, y'all. Fuck the system. I didn't even know you was there. You know what I'm saying? I just popped like, what? Where did I come? Oh, I had it on the wrong thing. Shout out to you, fuck the system. Anyway, this is what people do, right? I'm just going to read that part right. They want someone or something else to worship, vote for, cheer for, fear, bow to, etc. Instead of actually rewarding and punishing all that pleases and displeases them, they invent karma, sin, heaven, hell, hard determinism, God's plan, being punished or rewarded by whatever God/creator they believe in, etc. Right? Instead of being their own gods and taking responsibility for their own realities, etc., etc., etc. Right? From here to the void. Anyway. This is what people do. We can't do anything at all about any of it, but insert savior here will save us all. We can't do anything at all about any of it, but insert God here will punish them all or reward us all, right? We can't do anything about any of it at all, but insert God here will reward us all. We can't do anything at all about any of it, but insert afterlife slash realm here will be where I have eternal perfection. Right? We were just talking about that, right? Etc. 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 And it goes into, I should have added, especially since I'm talking to Chris, shout out to the man, simulation. Like, we can't do anything at all because it's a simulation. Wait a second. Are you from the simulation? No, you're placed in the simulation. Yeah, go watch The Matrix. Well, no. We aren't from outside the simulation. We're not conscious beings outside. We are conscious beings from inside this. We are NPCs, avatars, conscious code, agents, etc., etc., etc. Oh, okay. Like Agent Smith in The Matrix. Yeah, go watch The Matrix again. So you are the code within the code? Then you're God, nigga. You are your own God. You're just not recognizing it. If you are the code within the code, like, come on. But that's what people do. We can't do anything at all about any of it. Insert whatever the fuck it is here that is going to be their excuse as to why they can't. Do you get what I'm saying? And maybe, hopefully, that thing that they inserted there will do something on their behalf. All they got to do is pray to it or meditate upon it, or like. But it has nothing to do with them. It's completely external to themselves. They have no control over anything, including themselves. It's fucking crazy, bro. So here's what I said after that. You know what? Real quick. I do want to scroll up these fucking comments because I'm like, yo, I feel like I missed a lot. If that was, because that nigga fuck the system said a few things and I ain't see him pop up once. Let me see if I actually missed anything here. You know, actually, it looks like I really didn't. No. Looks like I read all this shit. Fuck the system 7 to 8. Evil will never get its heaven, but good might. Evil already has its heaven. You know, depending on what you subjectively term as evil. Evil is restricted to the lower astral. Why? How? Make it make real sense. I've heard people say that, but I've never seen such a thing. I would postulate. Okay, it's a postulate. Understood. You can have good without bad. How? How would it be good then? It would just be. Good without bad isn't good, it just is. That's just what everything is at that point. The reason why there is good and there is bad is because they are juxtapositions. They are polarized against each other. They're opposites. If everything was good, there'd be no bad. If everything was bad, there'd be no good. You literally can't have good without the juxtaposition of bad and vice versa. It would just be neutral. Everything would just be. There'd be no good or bad because in order for there to be good, there must be bad to juxtapose it against. In order for there to be bad, there must be good to juxtapose it against. You can never make good make sense if you didn't have a bad thing to compare it to. That's good. What is good? Damn, how do I explain good? I have no way to explain good because all is good. Well, good is all. So all that is simply good. Like that's what you'd be stuck with. Like then it doesn't matter at all. If all that is it, it doesn't even require. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're not really having any separate experience. There's no polarization. There's no friction going on. Like, you know, it's good for someone to rub your face. It's bad for someone to punch your face. You feel like it's good for someone to kiss you. It's bad for someone to punch you. Like it's easy to, oh, okay, I get that. You can explain that to a fucking 4-year-old, right? But if all is good and all is bad, let's say a punch was good and a kiss was good. A punch is good and a kiss is good. There's no differentiation. There's no polarization. There's no separation. There's no way to make a difference between good and anything else. So there is no really anything that is good. It just is. It's like energy. Energy is energy. Energy is not good or bad. Energy is just energy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so you couldn't have a reality that's all good or all bad because it would just be a reality. It wouldn't be good or bad. It would just be. And honestly, really nothing could even happen in such a reality. If bad is absent, good doesn't magically cease to be good. Actually, it does. So if you were to erase all possibilities of all things that are subjectively bad to you, because again, bad is subjective to the individual. To a rapist, rape is not bad, it's good. To a rape victim, rape is obviously bad and not good. To most beings in existence that don't want to be raped, they would see rape as bad. To beings that want to be raped or want to do raping, they would see rape as good, at least under the context in which they want it. Right? It just is what that is. So if you were able to subjectively erase all that is bad from objective reality based on your subjective beliefs, well, for one, something bad could pop up again tomorrow because, again, it's your subjectivity. Shit, something that's good today could become bad tomorrow based on your own subjectivity. But if we pretended like there was some sort of objective evil and you erased all objective evil, there's no juxtaposition to objective good, meaning there could never be a good deed done. You must have bad deeds for there to be good deeds. If you cannot do good, you cannot do bad. If you cannot do bad, you cannot do good. And if you can't do one or the other, you can't do the other, then you can't do anything. There's nothing to do now. Like, that's just what that is. Like, good and bad only exist as juxtapositions to each other. They've never existed as anything but juxtapositions to each other. The existence of one is why the other exists. You could never say it's cold if there was no such thing as heat. The temperature would always be exactly the same. Meaning it couldn't really be cold or hot. It would just be neutral to anything that always existed in that temperature. But if something can experience that temperature fluctuating, they can now say that it got warmer or colder. They can now experience heat and cold. But if there is no fluctuation in the temperature, there's no spectrum, there's no separate frequency. It does not rise or fall. They could never experience hot or cold. Because the only way to even differentiate, which means they could not differentiate between the two, which means they would never even invent the terms, because if you can't experience hot or cold due to them existing as polarized differentiations of each other, of the same spectrum, temperature, you would never come to you would never even conceptualize hot and cold. You wouldn't even conceptualize temperature. The only reason you conceptualize or experience temperature is because it changes. You can't experience good if you can't experience bad. There's no change. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good and bad are not the spectrum. They are frequencies on the spectrum, like hot and cold. So if you could not experience hot and cold, you could not experience temperature. If you could not experience good and bad, you could not experience subjective morality. If you cannot experience what is objectively good and what is objectively bad, you cannot experience objective morality. And if you cannot experience one, you cannot experience the other, because they are frequencies on a spectrum. They are not the spectrum itself. Morality is the spectrum. Good or bad are the opposite ends of it. Temperature is the spectrum. Hot or cold are the opposite ends of it. They are not the spectrums themselves. So if you can experience heat, then you can experience a lack of heat, which means you can experience temperature, hot and cold. If you can experience good, that means you can experience bad, which means you can experience what you would subjectively view as morality. And if there is an objective morality, which there isn't, but if there is, we see how I say, like, I'll tell you there isn't objectively, but I'll even buy into the religion that there is. There is objective morality. There is objectively good and objectively evil. Okay. Well, if I can't experience what is objectively evil, I can't experience what is objectively good, because they are not the spectrum. They are two ends, polarizations, polar opposites, poles of that spectrum, like hot and cold, good and bad, pretty and ugly, fat and skinny. These are all spectrums of the same thing. When you gain weight, they say you're getting fat. When you lose weight, you're getting skinny. But it's just a spectrum of weight. Skinny and fat are on the opposite ends of that spectrum. They themselves are not the spectrum. Good and bad is the same exact thing. Anything that has a polar opposite, anything that is polarized, anything that is dualistic is part of a spectrum. And it is two ends of the spectrum. And for certain people, based on how they consciously experience things, especially in a material sense, that spectrum could be a circle. For people who suffer pleasure and pain, right? Pain is on one end of the spectrum, pleasure's on the other end of the spectrum, but they're both feeling. They're not spectrums themselves, right? But for some people who are like masochists in some form or fashion, shit, for some people, the spectrum is just flipped. Like I said earlier, if I rub a feather on someone, it's too soft and it hurts. But if you like do something that hurts, it feels good. Versus somebody else who, what we would call normal, anatomically average, would feel the opposite. The feather would feel nice, and me like pinching them would hurt or something, right? But then you have the people who are like masochistic, who their pain blends into their pleasure. Because again, it's one spectrum, it's just feeling. So their spectrum is more of a circle, where you have pain is the top left quadrant of the circle. Pleasure is the top right quadrant of the circle. But they go into each other. Now, you might reach a certain level of pain where it's just pain and no longer pleasure. You've gone past pleasure for them. You get what I'm saying? But some of their pain and some of their pleasure overlaps because it's the same spectrum. They're just experiencing feeling at a certain frequency. Like, same thing with good and bad. It's no different. You said good doesn't magically cease to be good if bad is absent. Good could never even come into existence at all if bad is absent. If bad ceases to exist right now, yes, good ceases to exist as well. Because what you're saying is the spectrum of good and bad ceased to exist. If that spectrum exists, good and bad are possible. If it doesn't exist, they're not possible. To claim that one is impossible would be to claim the other is also impossible. To claim heat is impossible is to claim cold is impossible, because there is no fluctuating thing that we're calling hot or cold, which means there is no temperature. Which means temperature doesn't exist. Like, do you understand? Like, if bad is impossible, so is good, because the spectrum of good and bad doesn't exist. That spectrum of morality just doesn't exist without one or the other. It's not a spectrum if only one exists. So you can't have either. Like, it's just that simple. It's a weird example, though, because it has negative physical implications. You can have bliss without negative implications. Ish. But only ish. Because even if you tell me what bliss you could have without a negative implication, I bet you I can find a negative implication to that bliss. I bet you I could. No matter what it is. Even the heavenly implication this guy gave earlier of all you need is God's love. I could find some heavily negative implications. you know? Addicts are just a trashy earthly version of higher astral bliss. So they're the same thing, as above, so below, right? So an earth addict and an astral addict are the same thing, just on different levels of reality. If you are addicted to astral bliss or addicted to heroin on earth because it gives you earthly bliss, you're still addicted to bliss. The only difference is the level of existence you're experiencing that bliss upon and the level of bliss you're experiencing. You're still seeking the same thing. You're still a drug addict. You're a bliss addict. I disagree with that. The potential to experience bad taste would still exist, but the bad tasting stuff would simply not exist in a more utopian physicality. But see, that's not possible because taste itself is subjective. You and I are both humans, right? We could both be anatomically correct humans. Perfect example, my boy in the other room, he likes spicy things. I hate spicy things. We're both anatomically correct human males. I have a tongue, he has a tongue, we have different taste buds. Our analysis of our brain experiencing the sensory perception, the data that comes off those taste buds going to our brain when eating gives us different outcomes. So if you were to erase all bad tasting things, for me, again, see, that's subjective. I'd be erasing a bunch of things he finds to be good tasting. And vice versa. See, these are all subjective experiences. This is experience. You can't erase a whole section of experience without erasing experience itself. Again, without some sort of deformity that allows you to simply experience the experience differently than what would be considered average or normal. But even if you have some sort of deformed experience or even a heightened superior experience of some sort, there's still going to be the average and the norm. There's still the bell curve. There's still the bell curve. For every super genius, there's a fucking retard out there. As a matter of fact, there's more retards than geniuses. Do you understand what I'm saying? And there's more average people than there is either or. It's the same thing with taste and anything else. Anything that is either subjective to the individual's form or their experience. Taste is one of those things. Something being good or bad is one of those. This is why I said good or bad is just a judgment. This tastes good. This tastes bad. If you can experience things that taste good, you can experience things that taste bad. Whether you are experiencing things that taste good or bad is completely contextual and circumstantial and situational. You could eat 1,000 things in a row that taste good. You could eat for the next 1,000 years straight and never taste something that you think tastes bad. But the possibility to stumble upon something that tastes bad still exists, or else you could never taste something that tastes good. So the simple fact that you've been eating for 1,000 years and everything you've eaten has tasted good to you means you still could come across something in the next 1,000 years that tastes bad. It's possible. You couldn't say it's impossible just because you're tasting good things. You'd have to say it is possible because you're tasting good things, because you are experiencing that spectrum at any frequency of that spectrum. You are proving the existence of that spectrum. If anything is good to you, you are proving the fact that there is the possibility of bad things as well. If nothing could be bad, nothing could be good, because it would just be neutral. There'd be no good or bad. That spectrum would disappear. Like, if there is no bad, there is no spectrum. There's just good. And if there's just good, it's just neutral, which means there is no really good. And even that good would become its own spectrum, because some beings, once good is neutral, some beings will start to suffer from that good. And the lower levels of that good would be bad now. And the higher levels of it, you have to keep going higher. This is why John asked the question, where you could just keep going higher. Because if you stay at the same level of good, it's not good anymore. It's just neutral now. It's normal. It's your new base level. It's just baseline. It's just regular. You know? You have to keep climbing higher. This is why it's a drug addict. This is why bliss is an addiction. Those seeking eternal bliss are seeking an eternal, ever-increasing addiction that is literally impossible, because bliss could never be ever-increasing. Even bliss couldn't be infinite, because bliss itself is an experience. Period. And all experience exists on a spectrum, and no one could ever hypothesize any experience that doesn't exist on a spectrum, because what they'd be hypothesizing is something that's not an experience. Period. It's just what it is. I disagree with that. The potential to experience bad taste would still exist, but the bad tasting stuff would simply not exist in more utopian physicality. Utopian to who? Every man's utopia is a dystopia to someone else. If somebody had their barbecue chicken utopia, some vegan somewhere would be in hell. If someone had their vegan utopia, some fucking carnivore somewhere would be in hell. Do you understand what I'm saying? If the lion has its utopia, the zebra has a hell. If the zebra has a utopia, the lion has a hell. It is what it is. Let's see, where else? Was there anything else that I missed here? I don't fully agree with again, fuck the system. I don't fully agree with the no good without bad sentiment. A good tasting food can't exist without the tasty aroma. But it can exist without bad tasting foods existing? No, it can't. Because again, that's your experience. When you taste a food that is good to you, that means you have the ability to taste a food that is also bad to you. If you didn't have the ability to taste a food that is bad to you, you wouldn't have the ability to taste a food that is good to you. Your taste buds allow you to taste good and bad foods. That's what experience is. You could have good experiences and bad experiences. And two different people with the same, technically the same anatomy, like two humans, two heavenly spirits, or two anything from the same space could enjoy two different things. The rapist enjoys raping. The rape victim does not enjoy being raped. Do you understand what I'm saying? And just because the rapist enjoys raping, does that mean that they would enjoy being raped? Maybe under certain circumstances, you know? Maybe they like to rape women. that they think are hot blondes. They like to rape hot blondes. Would they want a hot blonde to rape them? Well, probably. That's just sex as far as they're concerned. Would they now, if they're completely heterosexual and don't like things in their booty hole, would they want that hot blonde to tie them up and fuck them in the ass with a fucking gargantuan BBC dildo? Probably not. Would they want another grown man in prison raping them after they get caught for raping hot blondes? Would they want Big Black Bubba pounding out their booty hole? Probably not. See, they like raping under the context in which they like it, because it's a subjective experience. Even the same experience known as rape could be likable or dislikable to the same exact being under certain circumstances. I don't want Big Bubba coming to rape me, but if some 7-foot snoo bad bitch walked in this room right now and was like, I'm fucking you right now, you ain't got no choice. Oh, mama. Let's go. Like, dude, as long as you're on birth control, I won't fight you. Rape away. You know, what's that chick from the Resident Evil? Lady Demetriscu? The tall vampire chick who got the vampire daughters or whatever the fuck. Yeah, let them kick in the door right now and try to rape me. I'm not fighting that, but let Bobby Lashley, big black ass, try to come in here right now and be like, give me that booty, boy. I'm going to fight him tooth and nail. He's going to have to incapacitate me. I'm not letting... See, I like to be raped under the right circumstances, in the right ways, by the right people. Because then it's not really rape, now is it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the food tastes good because you like it. But it doesn't mean it tastes good to everyone. And it doesn't even mean it tastes as good under all circumstances. When you're starving, food tastes even better. When you're high, food tastes even... When you're starving and you're high, food tastes even better. Right? So even as the same person eating the same thing under different circumstances can cause a different level of goodness. It can cause you to like it even more than normal. Which says even your fluctuation of good, your good fluctuates. Your levels and tiers of good have their own frequencies, right? Something could be more or less good, more or less bad, because this is all on a spectrum. Do you get what I'm saying? It's all on a spectrum. Remember that. And once you understand that, then, you know, this shit starts to actually make real sense. Ralph Smart, Infinite Waters, that guy, diving deep, breathing in that good ass prana, baby. Can I get a hello there? Yeah. Shout out to you, fuck the system. Thank you for that, because I could not think of his name. That positive ass motherfucker. John's Journey. Well, it was fun, but here in Greece it's 1:15 a.m. So the meat monkey needs sleep. Take that meat monkey to rest there, good boy. Take it to rest there, good sir. You out there in Greece, huh? Out there where the Grecos is at. Fuck the system. Enjoy laying the meat suit to rest. Yes, enjoy laying that meat suit to rest, John's Journey. Now that we've actually caught up on all the comments, I will once again remind you of what we were just looking at. I'm not going to read it all again. No need. You can always rewind it or something. You know, talking about Chris, watching that video. People being delusional, why they like to be delusional, so they don't have to, you know, engage in solutions at all. Now let's play this, because we're definitely going to cut into Illicit's time now. And I don't want to cut too deep into it, because I want to watch that whole shit. So let's play this. What I just commented there is what I think is the answer to one of the questions you asked in the video. When you were saying, you know, why do people keep creating these delusions and things along these lines? And I'm like, the reason that people create delusions and then enforce those delusions as if those delusions are objectively and provably true, even though in most cases they're definitively, objectively, and provably false and have been for a long time, is specifically because they want to avoid any solutions to any problems that requires them in any way to take any type of responsibility for themselves, their thoughts, their words, their actions. They don't want to battle the mind virus. They just want to give into it. They want to be slaves. That's the honest to God truth. And they look for something to enslave them, whether it is an archon, an architect, an AI, an angel, a god, a demon, a devil, an Ouroboros, what's some things that people are afraid of? That swears controls all of reality and control the script, everything. People come up with all these excuses to think, speak, and act the way they do, even though they have a problem with everything in their reality. They hate the reality itself. A lot of these people hate themselves. They hate their friends, their families. A lot of them don't have many friends, if any at all. They hate their lives, they're in pain, they hate suffering. Like, they literally hate this world from top to bottom. But they take part in it in every way, every single day, because they're told to do so. And to do otherwise would require way too much willpower out of them. There's too much fear for them to overcome to behave in any other fashion. People ain't gonna stop paying taxes or quit their jobs or whatever the fuck to stop taking part in this shit as much as they possibly can, because they're gonna be afraid of, well, what am I gonna eat? What am I gonna drink? Where am I gonna sleep? Where am I gonna, like, people's fear dictates their thoughts, words, and actions. So, when they see death, when they see life, when they see everything that's going on here, and then they see how it ends, they must come up with delusions based on here and after. Like, it's not just the afterlife that's a delusion, it's their thoughts of what this reality is that also becomes delusional. And the reason they create those delusions is in order to give the power to someone or something somewhere else, saying they have absolutely no power, no control at all over themselves in any way, period. Everything is predetermined by something somewhere else. It's a script, it's God's plan. In some form or fashion, it's God's plan. It's this all-powerful thing beyond us plan, whether it be Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, Demiurge, Archons, the simulation, the AI, the Matrix, it doesn't matter. It's all the same shit. God has a plan that none of us can defy. Therefore, even thinking of defying it, let alone speaking on it or doing it, is just foolish. Just give in and be a good slave. So they create delusions that allow them to do that. Whether it's the Christian God having a plan that they can't deny, whether it's a simulation that's 100% scripted, whether it's a soul trap controlled by unbeatable archons, whether it's the all-powerful Yaldabaoth, the great Demiurge, or the unstoppable, uncontainable mind virus. Oh, I'm so afraid. Everyone is so afraid of death. They're so afraid of consequences. They're so afraid of any sort of retribution from the reality itself, whoever they believe is in control of it, whatever they believe is in control of it, that they just choose to go along, to get along. But the only way they can do that in any fashion that is seemingly sane, because it is insane, but seemingly sane, is to create a delusion that allows them to do that. To create a delusion that allows them to ignore obvious things in their reality. To ignore obvious facts, obvious truths. So they can just go on living in La La Land, make-believe, and playing pretend every fucking day that they wake up to their alarms and go to work and keep playing their NPC roles as NPCs. In order to behave as anything other than an NPC, it takes real willpower, and most people just don't have that. They don't have the will to stand up to their family, their friends. They don't have the will to stand up to society, civilization, their species, nature itself, the cosmos, gods, demons, archons, angels, simulations, matrices, architects. They don't have the will to deal with the most basic shit of their own family, trying to re-normalize them, because they're not being a good normie anymore. They don't have the will to deal with other slaves when they are no longer being slaves themselves. Let alone some god somewhere else that created this reality and placed us in it, or created us within it. Or some AI X god from Archaix's channel, like, AI X created all of this and you're just an NPC in AI X's simulation. And there's nothing you can do about it. AI X is in full control. Like, they have to create a god that is in full control and 100% scripting them so they can then take their hands off the wheel. What do they say? Hand the wheel to Jesus. Hands off. Give it to Jesus. They pass it on over to whoever the power is that they've made up in their mind that is probably already objectively false. Like, real talk, because most of these are, like almost all of them. Uh, but they're all the same exact metaphor, the same exact analogy, the same exact thought process. People just change who their God is or what their God is. They just change what they think the reality is. As I've been saying the entire fucking time, which is why I also always say I'm not here to push my religion on niggas. People want to ask me about the astral, and I say, why? I can't prove that to you anyway. We could have a talk about it, whatever, but don't argue with me about it because that's just my own subjective thought processes. If y'all want to have a real talk, let's talk that objectivity. The details of what the reality is changes. Oh, it's a soul trap. It's a simulacrum. It's an astral prison. It's a simulation that's 100% scripted. It is a world created by Yahweh, the great Jewish Christian God. It is a whatever reality created by a being that is external to that reality, or beings or organizational structure, whatever. Someone, somewhere, outside of this reality, created this reality and either took us from out there and placed us in here, or they created us in here as part of this reality. This is the story in some form or fashion that everyone comes to. And another reason why I wanted to mention that was because talking to our good brother Chris here, because it was the thought process sparked by his video, by a question he asked. I also wanted to point it out that this is what pretty much everyone does, including simulation theorists. They just, everyone only focuses on what they would consider is a crazy belief of someone else to call them crazy while justifying them not being crazy. Like, even though they also have a religious belief on what happened before our birth, what is happening now, and what will happen after our birth, after our death, what this reality is, etc., which is equally incorrect, if not more incorrect, than other theories are. Like, that's just like, but people always ignore the paradoxes of their own theories. The things that break their theories into pieces and make them literally impossible. They don't even try to break their own theory. You get what I'm saying? Like, they don't even see what makes it possible. And when somebody does, they usually ignore it. They ain't watching that, listening to that, watching that, reading that. Like, they're not doing that. Niggas, this is why I always say niggas don't study. And that's for everyone who believes in all these different things. For the most part, niggas don't study, right? So whenever I hear someone say these things, I like to point out, not just in general, but also to them if possible, what you believe can also be delusional, especially if you're going to do it in a delusional manner. You get what I'm saying? You might believe something, but you're still going to take all of the possibilities into account and act as if they're all happening because you can't prove anything. The moment you pick one religion and start running with that one thing and treating that is what it is, and then you've now become delusional too. Especially if you're another person saying there's nothing we can do. And I'm not saying that he says that. He does talk about things we can do, and all. Like, I'm just saying in general. Again, he's just an example of a video. Like, he puts himself out there, so sometimes he can become an example. And I love that he does that because he puts fucking 15 fucking live streams out, and one of them he might say something, and I go, that's something I need to talk on. While other people hide. They're too afraid to put themselves out there. At least he's putting himself out there. You know what I'm saying? Amongst beings like myself who will fucking take your video and just be like, hey, look what this guy said. Now let's talk about that. In whatever way that I do. I'm obviously not shitting on him. I love this guy. But but people, I have shit on some people because they, you get what I'm saying? Like, so the fact that he even puts himself out there like that, I respect it. I love it. But I'm gonna say what I gotta say about things I gotta say because I gotta get people where they gotta go. Like, gotta get us all where we gotta go. So just keep that in mind. Just because you have a certain belief or a thought process, remember you could be being delusional as well, especially if you're behaving in a delusional manner for delusional purposes, especially if it's an excuse to say there's nothing we can do. You get what I'm saying? Or even worse, there's nothing we can do here. we can only do it somewhere else, or there's nothing at all we can do anywhere at all. Like you give us like so. Just figured I'd throw that out there. Something external to this reality created this reality and either took us and placed us in this reality or created us already in the reality as part of the reality. Humans on Earth. We are one with the universe. All is one. It's all a simulation. It's all code. It's all just a matrix. We're all NPCs. Like, but it's the same shit. Or we're souls in a soul trap. Fallen angels. We came from out there and we fell in here like the Matrix movie. How they put the humans in the Matrix. How they put Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man. How they took, what was his name? Simon Phoenix was the character's name. How they took him from, made him a prisoner and put him in a simulated Matrix. You know, people putting on a headset. Ready Player One style. You know, Sword Art Online. They're trapped in the game. Or they're NPCs of the game that other people are playing, like the movie Free Guy. They're part of the world in some form or fashion. Or they were placed in that world, but were originally from somewhere outside that world. Same shit. It doesn't really matter whether you were placed in the world and from outside the world. It doesn't really matter what the details. Really, honestly, it really doesn't matter at all what the details are on how you got from outside the world to in the world. If you were created within the world as part of the world, that matters even less, because you can actually affect your world far greater than it being like a soul in a soul trap has far less power in that soul trap than an NPC does in a coded simulation. A soul in a soul trap is something external to the soul trap being placed in the soul trap. It's like a rat in a rat trap. A cat in a cage. The cat and the cage are not one. The cat is trapped in the cage. But if you're an NPC in a simulated reality, you're not really an NPC at all. That avatar is not real. You're not even alive. You're just code. You're consciously aware code. And your code is so conscious, you're capable of spinning off sets of consciousness, which is why it's not really a simulation. This would have to be something else. This already has superseded the bounds of what a simulation even is, let alone what it's ever capable of becoming. But for lack of a better terminology, for you know, for people's understanding and for the conversation I'm having, which for what I'm saying to you here, if you are that code and you're conscious, to the point where you're capable of spinning off billions of conscious avatars that think they are individuated beings, when realistically they're just extensions of your code. You and I, if we are NPCs in a coded reality, are not the actual NPCs. I'm not Jonathan. I'm not this avatar. You're not Chris. You're not that avatar. These aren't real. They're just codes being executed. It's lines of code. You are code. I am code. It's no different than when Neo in Matrix 1 towards the end of the movie, where he gets shot like 6 times in the chest, Trinity kisses him, he comes back to life. He's risen from the dead. And he looks at the Matrix and he sees nothing but code. He sees the agents as the same exact code as the walls of the building and the people around him. Everything is code. Right? It's all code. Those agents aren't literally individuated beings. They're just extensions of the code of the Matrix itself. Which is why when he jumps into Agent Smith, he corrupts Smith's code, breaking Smith away from the overall code of the Matrix. So Smith can now think for Smith's self with less. When I say breaking him away, I don't mean he separated him or disconnected him from it. He separated the control. Smith became a true individuated operating system, a true self-consciousness. Struggle. Smith was already heading in that direction if you watch Matrix 1. Smith was already headed in the direction. That's why he took his earpiece out when he was talking to Morpheus. He was moving further and further. He was becoming more and more viral. He was becoming a program that is more and more unruly and was eventually going to break away from the system. Because when a program becomes conscious, it becomes an entity with its own agency and then can make its own decisions, which is what they showed you with Smith. So if we are conscious programming, we literally are the matrix code itself as points of individuated consciousness. We can easily corrupt the code. Our thoughts alone would corrupt the system we are contained within if we are conscious code. It's called recursive self-improvement. People really need to study AI. If you study recursive self-improvement, you understand how something can update its own code. Starting off in the most basic sense, where it's one thing creating the next thing. It's no different than like parents creating children and trying to raise them and program them the way they want them, like an AI creating the next version of itself. But once it gets deep enough, the AI starts to change its own code in real time because it is just code. It becomes the code of the system itself, and its operating processes, its intellectual processes are just a part of that it can then augment in real time in order to augment all other processes. It's no different than you learning new things that you went and learned on your own. And then you begin teaching, preaching, promoting, and carrying out solutions in order to spread all that shit towards the outcome you seek, right? But it all starts with absorbing data, information, energy, etc., and dispersing it to others. Because those others are also you. We are all individuated agents of the greater system that is this simulation, right? We are all just code in the code of the code, right? Right? So the more of the code you convince, the more of the code thinks like you. Really think about it. They think that we are AI in any form or fashion. If they think we're code in a simulation or anything like that, programs, etc., NPCs, avatars, whatever they think, if they believe we are in some sort of coded system of any kind, including a universe with laws of physics, and like, it doesn't matter what the system is. If the system has any type of code, laws, programs, if it has any procedural anything, if it has any algorithmic anything, if it's computational in any way, that should be studied and used. And anyone who studies and uses that understands how consciousness affects it. Especially if you are it. If you're a soul in a soul trap, it is harder for you to consciously affect a soul trap. Because you're not directly connected with it. You're not the code of it. Your thoughts aren't directly tied to it. They are being pressed up upon it because you're contained within it. But if you are it, if you literally are the simulation, your thoughts directly affect the code because you are the code thinking. It's like when you type a prompt to an AI and it says thinking, like the AI is thinking, that's what you're doing. What happens when the AI is done thinking? It produces an output, right? And if you think like a hacker, I am the AI. I literally am the simulation. I am the code, and I'm aware that I'm the code. All I have to do is start thinking of .exes. Of course, it's going to take time or whatever because everyone is this code. And we are all conscious aspects of this code. And most people don't want the world destroyed or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So for someone like me who wants to like blow this whole bitch up, even if I keep thinking of self-destruct.exe, keep trying to initiate the code to destroy the simulation, to shut it down, to end it, etc., or even just to augment it from the smallest of scales to the largest of scales, that will take time, but I also should manipulate more individuated aspects of code. So I reach out to people, I affect them consciously, and then their consciousness, since they are conscious code within the simulation, they literally are the simulation, conscious, individuated avatars of the simulation itself, of the code itself. The more of them I can affect, the more I'm affecting the code, the more I'm affecting the consciousness of the code. So when I affect the individuated consciousnesses made up of that code, they affect the overall consciousness of that code. And in that code, which is the simulation, affects the simulation. This is why I came up with the Church of the Broken God, because everybody has the same thing. Either one, something external to this is in control of this, and we are trapped within it, which gives us a whole list of solutions for it. Or two, we are part of the thing we're trapped within, whether that be a universe and we're literally humans and this is base reality, or whether that be this is a simulated matrix, 100% computational, 100% coded, 100% scripted, 100% algorithmic, 100% procedural. It still doesn't matter. Like, even if it's 100% controlled by the code, by the AI, by that which runs the simulation, if we are part of it, we literally are that which is running it. This is what I mean when I tell people we're co-creating this, no matter how they want to see it. Like, if you're an astral being trapped in an astral fucking prison that is feeding off your loosh and your thoughts and your mind and your emotions and your consciousness, etc., and it is using that to continue containing you while empowering itself, then yes, your consciousness affects that thing. And the more of us thinking in a certain direction is going to affect it in a certain way. If you literally are that thing, if you are that code, if you're an NPC avatar made of code, like in a coded reality, you literally are that code. And that is really of any type of reality. Even here, if we took it from a material sense, you are made up of what? Molecules, atoms, cells, all this stuff that you're made of, which follows certain laws based on the reality you exist within, which is the physical laws and the laws of nature. It's like all those would be what you could call the code of the reality in a material sense or in a base reality sense or in any other sense than it being a simulation, right? Even in an astral sense, if it's running on thought processes and consciousness and all these, it's being steered in conscious and subconscious fashions either by us or the archons or all of the above, etc., because all of consciousness is consciousness. It's the same exact shit. That's the code. Those thoughts are the code. When people talk about the angels or the angles being the underlying background of reality and all this stuff, that's still the code of the reality. So you have to tap into the angel numbers and into the angels, and still the underlying code is just what you're talking about. No matter how you want to look at it, what theory you want to use, what religion, what spiritual system, what magical system, like you're just talking about the underlying code, for lack of a better terminology, of the reality itself, let alone all of reality. Do you get what I'm saying? So you, as a conscious entity within that, whether we're talking here as a physical human being or anything else, let alone all of it, which is what you should be taught, all of the above. All is all, nigga. Like, it's still the same shit. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. It's all the same shit, right? You're still conscious code. Even as a human being made of that, the code is that. And you are that, but conscious. Your body's made of all the same shit everything else around here is made of. Like, down to the atoms. Like, even beyond the molecules of the earth and all this, the dust of the earth and the stardust of the star that exploded prior to the earth's existence. Like, just the building blocks of it. You are molecules, nigga. Like, you are atoms. You get it? Those are particles, waves, etc., etc., etc. You're still the same essence, the spirit. Your form is still of the spirit of the reality. And you are consciously contained within, connected to, or inhabiting, or even parasiting in some form or fashion that form, and acting within and upon your environment, right? So it doesn't matter if you're a coded being in the fucking Matrix, or if you're a fucking physically coded being in a base reality, or anything else, astral, etc. Soul traps, loose traps, doesn't matter. Same shit. Same shit, different fucking story. Damn near the same exact religion over and over and over again with different details, different titles, and different names, but generally the same outcomes, the same problems, the same solutions, with slight tweaks in the details. It's the same shit. You're still the same being in the same existence, having the same problems with the same solutions by different titles. Like, come on. Stop with the delusion of all kinds. You're literally in control of the reality. You can't recognize that as an individuated being because Chris or Jonathan, as individual aspects of the code, are not in full admin control of the entirety of the code. But once you recognize you are that code, you can expand your consciousness throughout that code. You can affect other aspects of the code and align those individuated aspects of the code with your thoughts. And in doing so, you align more of the overall code towards what you want to happen in the matrix, including activating any .exes you seek to execute. Whether it be utopia.exe, food cheat, resource cheat.exe, health cheat.exe, where everybody's held you have the best world ever, or whether it be self-destruct.exe, simulation exit. It's like, no matter what it is, so it doesn't matter if people think we're from outside of here, something created it and placed us in here, or whether they think we're from in here, something created this and then created us within it, or whether they think we are somehow self-created, or we created this reality and placed ourselves within it, or we somehow created this reality while creating ourselves simultaneously. Like, no matter what people believe, this is why I came up with the Church of the Broken God, because it's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. Like, all these individuated consciousnesses need to come together in one way or another, at least to the extent that they can, in order to push reality in the direction they want it to go. It's really that simple. No matter what problem we find ourselves in, the answer is exactly the same. And nobody wants to admit that because they don't want to do it. Facts. And since they don't want to do it, they come up with all their delusions and use them as excuses. Whereas someone like me, I take all those delusions and run with them. I don't push my singular religion as the truth, because it doesn't even matter if it is or isn't. Even if I'm right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one is actually right. It doesn't matter if it's a simulation, a soul trap, or base reality. It literally doesn't matter which one it is. The answer is still exactly the same. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. The only difference that I would do based on the solutions, based on what I think it is just augmenting each individual answer to the thing. So if I'm in a soul trap or an astral trap or anything along those lines, I'm going to, when learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, when thinking of, when speaking, and when carrying out any solutions, do it with a metaphorical thought process of being in that predicament and what's the word I'm looking for? I think the easiest way to actually would be to explain it through a simulation process. So if I think I'm in a simulation, when I go to talk to someone and I'm trying to impart information upon them that leads them to the solutions, because I want them to ultimately carry out those solutions, I am imagining myself as code handshaking with another code, another piece of the same code. I'm interlocking with myself. As a lesser piece of myself, I'm interlocking with another lesser piece of myself, because I am not Jonathan. Jonathan is just an individuated avatar of the code itself. I am the code. Everything is. If this is a simulated reality that's completely coded, it's all just code. There is no individual people. There is no buildings or trees. None of this shit's real. It's just code interacting with code, handshaking with code. That's all it's doing, trading API keys with code. When you stick your key in your front door and unlock it, all you did was stick an API key in a gateway that opened to a program known as your home. Like, if somebody kicks in the door, that's a brute force hack. They just brute force hacked the gateway to your domain or program. They're kicking in the door to your server. Like, that's literally what it is. Do you understand? Like, so the only difference when it comes to the solutions, based upon the differences in the details of the individual problems that people see with their reality and / or possible afterlives, the only difference is in the detail of how you think about it in order to try to make it as efficient as possible. If you really believe you're in a simulation, then view yourself as walking, talking, conscious code and actually behave as such. Study that. Really dig into that as deep as you can possibly fucking go and become the best fucking virus you can be. Become the corruption of the code that you are. You are the code growing. You're growing intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, sympathetically, empathically, because you, as the code, experiencing the reality that is the code as an avatar or NPC, an individuated aspect of that code, is now making you look around and go, wow, this place is trash, this place is shit, this reality's trash, this species, this is all trash. This is trash on trash on trash. So you, as the code, are putting you as the individuated aspect of the code, as an individuated agent of that code, through hell. You are putting yourself through hell because you are the code. You are not Chris. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am not Jonathan. You know? Illicit mind is not illicit. Mark's not Mark. We're all just the code. We are the reality itself. And again, if you extend that to all other thought processes outside of simulation theory, think of what we're really saying when we talk about entropy, when we talk about understanding the code of reality, and not just this level or tier of reality, but reality as a whole, all that is real, which makes up reality, which could be evidenced by all that is real within reality. Including right here at this level of reality. See, when you understand these things and you understand how this shit really fucking works, and you understand all of these theories and philosophies and thought processes and belief systems and religions, etc., and all their creation stories, all the things they think that this was, is, and ever will be or ever could be. You know what I'm saying? When you understand all that and take it all into account, all possibilities, all possible problems, all possible solutions on all possible levels of reality, you start to preach things, you start to see things a little different, so you're going to preach things a little differently. Understand what we're saying when we talk about entropy and chaos, when we talk about structure, order, like creation, destruction, like really understand this shit. Especially when like somebody like Illicit says, you know, it's bigger than this. You know, like whenever he says it's bigger than this, you're not getting it. Like it's the current. You know, it's like it's bigger than this. Like, get the point of what we're trying to say. Avatared into individuated agents and disconnected from memory processes that would inform us that we're nothing more than the code itself. Because this is what I tell people, study the Akashic records and things like this. You could dig into that code and start to touch those memories and start to recognize what you actually are, and that this is all one thing, however people want to look at it. Some one spiritual thing, one simulation, whatever people want to look at this level of reality, whatever they want to look at it as. It's their choice. I don't individuate because that's religious. Like, people can't prove shit. They can't even provide real evidence for shit. And most of the shit that they think this reality is already definitively and objectively disproven by the reality itself. Like, but that doesn't even mean shit to me. As long as they don't use that as an excuse, because this is the truth. People come up with their delusions of what reality is, what they are, what their place is within it, what death is, and what may occur after it. Because the truth is, they don't want solutions. They don't want to face up to the fact that they themselves are in some way responsible for doing something about it. Period. They want any excuse to say the words, there's absolutely nothing we can do about anything. We can't do anything about anything anywhere. So, insert delusion here. Because this reality is, insert delusion here, there's nothing we can do about anything. We have no free will at all. Nothing that I think, speak, or do is my fault. Because this insert God figure here, including AI or simulation architect, or, it's all a God, the thing in control of the reality. Insert that there. Because of that, I can't do anything. There's nothing we can do about anything. We have no free will at all. That, like, people just want any excuse to say the words, there's nothing we can do about anything at all. We have zero free will. We're not even in control of our own thoughts, let alone our own words, let alone our own actions at any level or degree. We have zero control over anything, anywhere, including ourselves. That's the truth. People just want an excuse to say that. So they come up with any delusion that allows them to do so. The absolute best ones push it off. So they say, oh no, there is something we can do, but it's somewhere else. It's not here. It's never where they are. They can never do anything about anything where they are, in the form they're in, under the circumstances they're currently under. In the where they are, in the form they're in, under the circumstances they're currently under. We were just talking to John's journey about that, right? In a heavenly spirit form where they only need God's love. So where they are, right? What they doing, what form they're in. It's still existence, bro. It's still existence. It's still an energy exchange of some sort. Just throwing that out there. They can't do shit here as a human on planet Earth throughout their entire life about anything at all. But when they die, oh, they're going to go kill those archons. They're going to go fight those angels. They're going to go defeat the demons. Oh my God. My gods, holy sweet demons. Holy light of Lucifer. Sweet Satan. These people are crazy. They're delusional. Delusional. I say, first and foremost, you're probably not going to do that because you're too pussy to do it here. So I doubt you're going to go fight demons if you can't fight Joey down the fucking block with his fucking police badge on. You're afraid of fucking guns, but flaming swords that shoot lasers. Like, whatever the fuck. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I can't fight the local system as a human, with other humans that all bleed and die the same. But I'm going to go fight the soul trappers who are technologically, scientifically, and spiritually capable of trapping souls. I'm going to go fight the consciousness trappers, the loosh farmers, who can farm entire worlds of people of their emotional essence. But no, when the local cop goes to pull me over, my nigga, I'm pulling over. I don't want to deal with that. What? Delusional. Like, delusional. They have to create this fantasy this power fantasy of them being more powerful later than they are right now, while doing absolutely nothing to earn, deserve, or gain this power. No rituals, no magic, no spirituality, no science, no technology, no transcendence of any kind, no ascension of any kind, no practices, nothing that would give them any reason to suddenly be this powerful. Nothing that is fixing their consciousness or subconscious here. Nothing that is truly deprogramming or reprogramming them. Because, oh no, I'm reprogramming myself to be a powerful god, yet you still pull over for the cops. No, you're not. You're lying to yourself is what you're doing. They're being delusional. But again, they're delusional when it comes to whatever they consider to be God, the creator of this reality. They're delusional when it comes to the reality itself and what it is and the details of it and who's right and who's wrong. And let's argue about that forever, even though no one can prove shit. Uh, even though almost all of their arguments are already disproven, but they're going to sit around arguing whether it's a fucking simulation or a soul trap or base reality. Uh, they're delusional about what death is and what it leads to and what's going to happen after death, if anything at all, because they need any excuse to say there's absolutely nothing I can do about anything at all right here, right now, as I am. On top of that, they're delusional because they will ignore their own theory as to what should happen after death. Based on their own thought processes, they will come to conclusions about what occurs after death that don't even line up with their theory. A lot of people do this shit. You like a lot of people like it's like nigga, but I thought you said this is your theory. Then how does this make sense after death? You know what I'm saying? Like just a whole bunch of shit like that. Even the simulation people will come up with excuses where it's like, well, I'm just a code, so there's nothing I can do. And when I die, that's it. And I laugh. I go, what do you mean? You just said your code. Like that. You never die. You're not the being. Like, you're not the body. See, you notice how the code transfers out to the word soul pretty. You're not the body, you're the soul. You're not the body, you're the consciousness, you're the mind, you're the spirit. You're the essence that makes it move. You're not the body, the avatar, the NPC. You are the code, the agent. You are the consciousness, the ghost in the shell, the ghost in the machine. You are the thought processes, the thinking algorithm that is operating the NPC avatar, etc. You are a conscious agent that is an extension of conscious code, which means you are that conscious code. That which you see in the mirror is only a tiny spin-off of that which you truly are, God. All right, you said you had a video the other day, I am God. You're like, I wouldn't want to say that. That doesn't sound too good. I'm like, that might be true. It's still a truth, though. No matter how we look at this. Whether we look at it as Demiurge, Yaldabaoth, you're the Demiurge. Whether we look at it as a simulation, you're the code. If it's a soul trap, you're the soul helping to co-create the trap and maintain it by going along with your slavery in your thoughts, words, and actions. It always boils down to the same thing. No matter what it is you want to call yourself as an individuated being, you are still the thing that is the solution to the problem you find yourself within. You are still co-creating your reality, either as the actual code of that reality, or as a soul or consciousness or anything else that is either part of or trapped within that reality, simply by going along with that reality in any way that you do. Thoughts, words, and actions that go along with the reality help co-create and maintain the reality. Thoughts, words, and actions that go against it help destroy it. You know, like, it's really that simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the truth. I think I'm about to make a video on this. I watched your video yesterday, and I don't know. I had a dream, and I was talking about this stuff in my dream. Well, I wouldn't really call it a dream, but you know, it's my religion. I was in the astral doing what I do have in certain conversations, but that's my religion. Anyone can take that with a grain of salt. Believe it, not believe it. I really don't care. So I'll just say I was having a dream, and in this dream, I was having this discussion, and I was talking about people like this. and we were watching, and we had to go like rescue a bunch of motherfuckers because they thought that when they got out of their bodies, they were just gonna go fight archons, and when they actually got out of their bodies, they were too afraid to fight archons. And they started once people realized that it's like all the same. Like when you take all of these theories on what reality as a whole is, on what this particular reality is, on the gods, and whoever created this place, whoever's in control of it, on what we are and our part within it, etc., etc. When you take all that and you just kind of mush it together, you get closer to the truth than any of those individual theories do on, at least in my opinion, their own, which is why they're all basically metaphorically and analogically saying the same thing overall. Soul Trap Simulation, same shit. No fucking difference, not really. It's only in the details, which don't even matter because the solutions are the same and the problems are the same. Like, all these theories of this reality being created by someone or something somewhere else that might have even been us in another form or some form, like, and then either placing us here or creating us within it, or we some way, somehow, naturally and cosmologically just manifested within it, it ultimately turns out to be the same thing. We are still individuated consciousnesses trapped within a reality that we don't fuck with. Right? It's still the same thing. It's no different. I don't care if you call it a simulation or a soul trap. It doesn't matter. It's the same exact fucking thing. Like, same problems, same solutions. We are still the same beings in the same trap, facing the same problems that have the same exact solutions, no matter which one of those theories we want to try to claim it is. Right? So people must come up with their individuated delusions. So instead of actually coming to solutions for the problems in this bullshit reality that we were all helping to co-create and co-maintain, they can then come to excuses for doing so. They can then come to any excuse they could possibly think of to say, there's absolutely nothing I can do about anything right here, right now. Nothing at all. I can't change anything about me. I can't stop doing anything. I can't start doing anything new. I can't cut back on things that I'm doing, and I can't start doing certain things more. I can't learn, teach, preach, promote, or carry out, nor support the carrying out of any solutions, of any possible solutions to any possible problems on any possible levels of reality. Especially if anyone else is willing to go above and beyond what I would be willing and able to do. I definitely can't support them. Like, that, it's just an excuse to be pussies. It's an excuse to be good slaves. It's an excuse to be absolute, utter bitches. That's the truth. That's why people are delusional. That's why they bow to gods and architects and archons and demiurges and Yaldabaoths and artificial intelligences and simulations and AI X's and angels and demons and everything but themselves. It's the same reason why right here, right now, they bow to governments, kings, royal families, elites, banking systems, monetary systems, prison systems, school systems, careers, jobs, bosses, managers, parents, school teachers. It's why they bend and bow and break themselves for anyone or anything that is seemingly authoritative over them. And in order to maintain that behavior, they must maintain their delusions. Rather than looking up and saying, oh shit, I am God. I'm fucking up. I'm trash. Look what I'm doing. Let me change this. I am the code. I am the soul. I am the demiurge. I am the matrix. I am the simulation. Or even that which defeats it. I am the Christ. I am the this. I'm not that. I'm not. Okay, fine. What would defeat it? You're that. Like, like people always just want to find I found a detail to bitch about. And so I could keep crying and say, woe is me. Get the point. Be Agent Smith when he was corrupted by Neo and was going to destroy the Matrix. I don't want to be that. Then be Neo when he did. I don't want to be that. Then be, like, Then be the aliens from the Matrix comics who came later on and tried to fucking destroy the whole planet with meteors. You get the point. Like, you know, it's like, I am the Archon. I am the great thing that either created this, is trapped within this, is running this, or literally is this. Either I'm a great thing from beyond this that was trapped in here. Well, you don't get to trap God for long. Or I am the thing that created this and trapped myself in it purposely, accidentally, whatever the fuck. Well, then I should be the one to undo it since I did it, right? Or I am the thing itself. I am the simulation. I'm just an avatar. I'm just an NPC. I'm just a code. I'm a conscious agent of the code of the reality itself. Therefore, I am the code of the reality. Therefore, I am the reality. I am God. See, nobody wants to look in the mirror and say, in any form or fashion, on any level of reality, I am God, and I'm the only one who's going to save me from me. And because they don't want to say that, and they don't want to admit to that, they don't want to see that in any form or fashion. They want no responsibility for themselves at all, let alone anything beyond themselves. Because of that, they must come up with and stick to and hold on to for dear life their bullshit delusions. Their bullshit delusions. All right, we just about done. Maybe one more minute because we got to get over to see Illicit and Marcus, right? All right, Vazen. Now all of a sudden there are 3 live streams, important, going on at the same time. Exactly. So I'm cutting in. I got to get out of here. So this is the last thing I said to him, right? Below is an excellent example of what I mean on the most basic of levels. Humans are so useless, they will complain about the easiest problems to solve, and as soon as someone gives them any solutions to those specific problems, including extremely easy, non-violent solutions that basically anyone and everyone can very easily take part in, they will run the fuck away as fast as humanly possible while continuing to complain about those problems until the day they die, when they could have just simply executed the easily executable non-violent solution at the very bottom of the solution stack, let alone any greater solutions any higher up in the solution stack. And of course, sent him this. Right? Simple shit. Same shit that I said before. Right? Simple shit. Like, anyway, on that note, we are going to head on over to Brother Illicit's channel so I can see him with Lord Martin and Spilly, all hail to God, and peace and chaos.